Good morning, everyone. If you're just joining us from the waiting room, we're going to give our live stream a second to get going and we'll get started in just a minute. All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mel Barnes. I'm Chief Legal Counsel to Governor Evers and the chair of his Pardon Advisory Board. I'm going to introduce my fellow board members this morning, go through a couple of housekeeping items about how the hearing will run, and then we will get started hearing from all of you. With us today, we have board member Cindy O'Donnell, who served as the Deputy Secretary for the Department of Corrections under Governors Thompson, McCallum, and Doyle. She also served as a division administrator under Attorneys General Lautenschlager and Van Hollen. We have board member Judge Jeff Kremers, who is AG Call's nominee to this board. He served as a Milwaukee County Circuit Court judge for 26 years, including serving as chief judge for 7 of those years before retiring in 2018. And we have board member Professor Eric Liberator, who teaches paralegal students from around the world in the University of Cincinnati's online program. He previously served as a supervising attorney at Disability Rights Wisconsin, where he focused on public benefits eligibility, and in the governor's office. And we have board member Nadia Perez Reyes, who is the Deputy Secretary for the Department of Children and Families. She previously worked as a state public defender and as an attorney for Legal Action of Wisconsin. And we have board member Anthony Cooper Sr., who is the Vice President of Strategic Partnerships and Reentry Services for Nehemiah Center for Urban Leadership Development. He is also the CEO of Focused Interruption, and he received a pardon from Governor Evers in January of 2021. We have board member Reverend Jerry Hancock, who is the director of the Prison Ministry Project. He previously served as a public defender, a deputy district attorney, and as an administrator for the Department of Justice's Division of Law Enforcement Services. And finally, we have board member Officer Jennifer Lewis, who is an officer with the Madison Police Department. She holds a master's in social work and a degree in counseling. She previously worked providing frontline services for the Rape Crisis Center and advocating for state policies benefiting women and families in Wisconsin. I am going to go through just a couple of housekeeping notes now that I've introduced the board. So first, please note that today's hearing is being live streamed. For that reason, we'll ask you to mute yourself and keep your camera off until it is your turn to be heard by the board. That will allow us to focus on the person presenting and make sure that we get good audio quality. If you do run into any IT issues with the Zoom, don't worry about it. Someone from staff will reach out to you and help you try to troubleshoot. We'll give you a call, and if we need to come back to you because Zoom isn't cooperating when it's your turn, we can certainly do that. Otherwise, we will call on folks in the order listed in the agenda and open meeting notice. Each applicant will have about 5 minutes total to share their story with the board and answer questions. We'll ask you to spend the first 3 of those 5 minutes speaking to the questions that you were sent in advance of today's hearing. As a reminder, those are to 1, please give us a brief summary of the offense you're seeking a pardon for and how your sentence went. We're not here to retry the crime. You don't need to minimize your involvement. We just want to hear from you in your own words what happened. And second, to give us a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence. Community involvement, employment, essentially where you're at now and how your life is different than the time of your offense. And third, to give us a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one. Once you've spoken to those 3 questions for the first 3 minutes, we will open it up to other questions that board members may have for you. Don't read too much into it either way if we do or don't have questions for you. As you know, your application materials are very thorough. We've spent a lot of time with those, and sometimes they cover everything. However, if there are any other questions that folks have, we want to make sure we have time to get to those so we can make a thoughtful recommendation to the governor. Once you're done answering any follow-up questions we have for you, you're welcome to sign off and leave the Zoom hearing. And once everyone's been heard, the board will meet in closed session to decide whether or not to recommend your application to the governor. You need a majority support of board members present in order for your application to be forwarded to Governor Evers, who will then make the final decision about whether or not to grant you a pardon. Either way, you'll hear about the outcome of today's hearing about a month or two from today. We know you've been really patient just to get to the hearing, so we thank you for giving us a little bit more time to make sure that we can get recommendations to the governor. So with that, we will go ahead and get started with our first applicant of the morning session, which is Rachel McCauley.
Thank you, Ms. Barnes. Can you hear me?
I can, thank you.
Great. And thank you, Pardon Advisory Board members, for having me this morning. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to be here today. I have submitted an application to the governor for a pardon for 2 drug convictions. The first is a Class G felony of possession and intent, and the second, a Class U misdemeanor of possession. For context, in 2004, I agreed to receive a package from out of state on behalf of my boyfriend at the time, and this package was ultimately discovered to contain a large amount of cocaine, and it was seized by law enforcement. I was sentenced in 2007 to these 2 charges. This incident was incredibly harmful and negatively consequential to not only myself, but to my family. They were very scared about the direction that my life was taking and how these convictions would affect my future. But moreover, they were also forced to pay legal, defense, and rehabilitation fees. The guilt that I felt for burdening my parents in such a terrible way, scaring and disappointing them, and the shame that I felt as a failed role model to my younger brother has lessened over time, but it has never entirely gone away. At this time, my actions fall short of the values and standards that I was raised with and the standards that I now live by. Since the time of my sentencing, I have reflected on my behavior and I fully acknowledge the wrongdoing that led to my conviction. I do not minimize this, excuse it, or shift the blame. Over the years, I've sought out counseling to address my personal and emotional issues and to change and better myself. I've tried to give back to my community in meaningful ways. I've become a teacher, a mother, and a wife, and I now show my actions. Through my actions, I show the positive and law-abiding member of society that I choose and want to be. Despite this progress, the lasting consequences of my convictions continue to limit my opportunities for employment or professional advancement, as I outlined in my application. I'm asking for a pardon from Governor Evers, not just to erase this past, but instead to recognize the person that I am today and the efforts that I've made towards repair and rehabilitation. I respectfully ask the board to consider my progress since this incident, the time that has passed, and my demonstrated commitment to living ethically and responsibly. So thank you very much for taking the time to review my application.
Thank you, Ms. McCauley. We'll open it up to questions from the board. Cindy.
Good morning, ma'am. It looks like the crime was committed, and you addressed this, but the crime was committed October 2004, and you were convicted in June of 2007. Why was there almost a 3-year delay?
I have no idea. The assumption that I have is that because the package was sent from out of state, that there may have been other law enforcement or legal teams involved to deal with the case because it crossed interstate lines. My family was also very concerned in this time and wondering why we had not heard from law enforcement for 3 years since the incident. So it took a really long time to even hear from law enforcement. I was not even fingerprinted or photographed on the day of the incident. They took me in for fingerprinting almost 3 years later.
That's amazing. So it took that long to resolve
Yes.
you weren't working with them on some
No,
issues or anything. It just
no, ma'am.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Judge Kremers.
Good morning. Yeah, I noticed the charging documents weren't filed until end of 2006, so several years afterwards. So to Cindy's point, but my question relates to, you have a number of small claims judgments against you, including one from last year in Brown County. What are those about? Given that
I
you're living
I
in
believe
Germany.
it must be another person.
Oh, so
I
so you
I
don't
don't
have,
have any, I don't believe I have any outstanding small claims against me in the state of Wisconsin at this time.
and how long have you been in Germany?
10 years?
Yeah, okay. So that didn't make sense. So that those small claims judgments would be there, but okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
How would getting a pardon affect your ability to teach?
Affecting my ability to teach has been somewhat rectified since then, but more concerning to me is the professional development. If I was to go and search for a job, especially in the creative field, any sort of blemish to my record immediately sort of cuts me out of many sort of opportunities that I would seek. Also, professional development opportunities that I would have in the US. My family, we are currently in Germany, but we have considered moving back to Wisconsin as I'm very close to my family. I have a big family in Wisconsin. And looking to the future, I do feel that these convictions from 2007 would really negatively affect my prospects when it came to jobs and potentially teaching in Wisconsin as well. I'm not exactly sure what that would mean, Mr. Hancock, but I assume that there could still be repercussions today for these charges.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Officer Lewis.
Good morning. What was going on during your time in New Mexico? Because it looks like there was
Yes.
an OWI, uh, maybe a crash, hit and
Yes.
run type situation, and I didn't really hear you talk about that. Can you talk about that incident, what that
Yeah.
all entailed, and sentencing and steps you've taken since then?
Absolutely. In 2015, I was in graduate school in New Mexico. I had about a week left until I was about to give my thesis. I was at a party with some fellow graduate students and made the terrible mistake to drive. I really wanted to get back to work and had an accident, um, and was convicted of an OWI in the state of New Mexico. Um, This was a really low time for me right at the end of graduate school, and I believe was through what I have now understood, a sort of mix of being extremely overprocessed, overworked, and then letting my guard down as far as making positive choices. I actually don't drive much anymore. This is one of the things that maybe I've rectified my life in the way that now I walk and take public transportation. Um, but also concerning alcohol and things like that, I've been working on that since 2015. It's been 5 years since I've had any alcohol. I've been sober the last 5 years.
Congratulations.
Oh, thanks. It's a it's always a struggle. It never really goes away.
So was the crash, um, you were the driver and it was a hit and run? Is that
Yeah,
right?
I hit a fence and then I kind of pulled down the street to park the car.
Okay.
They didn't see it that way, but that's what happened. I hit a fence.
Okay. And nobody else was injured in your vehicle
No,
or
I was alone.
anything. So it was a property damage
Yeah, I
crash.
was alone
Okay.
in the car.
Okay. And you've been in counseling, AODA counseling or therapy?
Yeah, after that incident, there was in the state of New Mexico a panel that you go to. I think it was about like 3 weeks or so, community service that was served, and fines that were issued, and I've paid and gone through and completed all of the court-ordered counseling, and I've continued with my counseling since
Okay.
then. Since I've moved to Germany, that was also a really stressful time.
Sure.
coming to a new country. So I've actually found that counseling's been really helpful in the last 15 to 20 years of my life.
Okay. And you're still doing that?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, thank you, Ms. McCauley. I think that covers it for us. I appreciate your time and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you. Next up, we have Brian Van Wyken. Mr. Van Wyken. You are still muted, it looks like.
Okay, try. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, excellent.
We'll go ahead and turn it over to you.
Okay. Hello, and thank you so much for this opportunity to speak with you. My name is Brian Van Wyken. I am quite nervous and don't want to leave anything out, so if it is okay with you, I am going to read a statement I have prepared. When I was 20 years old, I engaged in criminal conduct that led to my felony conviction. Specifically, I possessed about 14 grams of marijuana at a time when I was frequently using marijuana and would sometimes sell small amounts to friends. I knew it was illegal. I knew it was wrong. I used horrible judgment when I committed my crimes. I make no excuses for what I did. I take full responsibility. The only positive thing about all of this is I learned a very important lesson from going through the criminal justice system. That was, I never wanted to be involved in criminal activity again. Jail, prison, and even extended supervision are no place for me. Fortunately, jail and probation motivated me to stop what I was doing. I made changes. I knew that I had to get away from the friends who had encouraged my conduct. I realized that the people that I was spending time with were not true friends. Breaking those ties made a huge difference in my life. My probation officer, Karen Ellsby, recognized I had made changes in my life. She dismissed me from probation 6 months early. Also, she remembered me many years later. She has written you a letter that you will find in my packet. In my application, I described the impact a pardon would have on my life in June 2022. At that time, I had hoped to return to school to become a first responder or work in a related field. I still have hopes of returning to school and finding appropriate employment. I still want to better support myself. My hope is that a governor's pardon will significantly reduce the burden of my felony conviction. Unfortunately, over the past 3 years, my medical condition has gotten worse. Now, almost any employment might be too challenging for me. The most important focus in my life is my health, but a governor's pardon would still be a very important accomplishment for me. I am currently in end stage renal failure, stage 5. I underwent surgery on December 4th to implant a catheter into the left side of my abdomen to facilitate peritoneal dialysis. The current plan is for me to undergo 4-hour treatment sessions every day to stay alive, starting at the end of this month. I am told that I will likely need this treatment to continue for the rest of my life unless or until I receive a transplant. As a result of this situation, I was evaluated and accepted into the organ transplant program at UW-Madison, where I am currently a patient. I am hopeful but realistic that I may be on the transplant list a long time before I reach the top and receive a match. In light of my conviction, you might be interested in my current use of marijuana. I have medical proof of my sobriety. In order to be placed and maintained on the transplant list, participants must go through regular screening tests for illicit drugs, including marijuana. I have been doing these tests for over a year now. I have never tested positive for drugs. I try my best to help my neighbors and friends. I ask nothing in return. For example, recently a friend lost his job. I let him move in with me and made sure he always had something to eat until he got back on his feet. I also give rides to neighbors who do not have transportation and assist whenever I am able. When you read my application, I hope you understand I am no longer that person who committed a felony 25 years ago. I have grown up. I am proud to be here today and ask for the governor's pardon. I hope that you agree that I have earned it. Thank you so much for hearing me today.
Thank you, Mr. Van Wyken. Questions from the board? Judge Kremers.
Good morning, sir. Very sorry to hear about all of your medical challenges. I just have one question. The staff found some photographs from social media that appears to show you at a shooting range in about 2012. Does that sound right?
It could be. Yes.
Why would you be at a shooting range?
We were on tour. I was a touring musician who traveled the country before my major medical problems made that not possible for me. I believe those are airsoft guns we were shooting that time, BB guns, essentially.
All right, thank you.
Other questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
Yeah, Mr. Van Wyken, you did a great job with your statement. Thank you for that.
Thank you, sir.
And also, we did receive the letter from your probation officer, and it was very, very positive. So I'm glad you submitted that, and I'm glad she took the time to write.
Other questions from the board? Mr. Van Wyken, just one follow-up on the judge's question. Do you own any guns? Do you use guns now?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And then you also have, it's a misdemeanor, not a felony, but a conviction from 1999 for mistreatment of animals. Can you tell us what happened there?
Sure. I was downtown in Wisconsin Rapids, the city I lived in. I had a rescued pit bull in my car who had been abused by his previous owners. When I opened the car door to get out of the car, the dog jumped out of the car, and unfortunately, just the circumstances we were in, there was another dog in another vehicle some ways away from us. This dog that I had rescued had been a fighting dog, and he had those just tendencies to want to fight. When he saw another dog, he unfortunately got out of my control, ran across the parking lot, and got in a scuffle. Nobody was injured really or anything, but he got in a scuffle with this other dog that was there. The location we were at was right across the street from the Wisconsin Rapids Police Department. Officers responded on foot. They ran over from the precinct where the dog fight was broken up and nothing more came from that. It was such an unfortunate circumstance and accident,
Okay, thank you,
complete
Mr. Hamwick.
accident.
That understood, that covers my question. Anything else from the board? Okay, I think that covers it then. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you all so much for listening to me. I sure appreciate it.
Thank you. Next up, we have Lamika Evans. Miss Evans?
Good morning. Thank you for having me today. In 2009, I was convicted of reckless use of a firearm. I take full responsibility. At that time, I was in my early ages of adulthood and I reacted without thinking. I do apologize for what I have done. Since then, I have maintained employment. I received my bachelor's and my master's degree in business administration. Um, Having this on me, it has impacted my life a lot during like my time of conviction. During time, I just kept thinking when I was younger, my mom would always say, like, when you do something, it's easy to get in trouble, but it's really hard to get out of trouble. And this has played a major part in my life when it comes to trying to find decent employment. I have maintained jobs since then. I just recently found a job that did see that I have my master's and my bachelor's degree that was willing to give me a chance. So that did open a door for me. Since then, at the time, I only had one child. Since then, I had two more children. Um, I tried to remain focused because once I got out or whatever, I have lost my mom. I lost the niece to murder. I lost my oldest sister. I do have two brothers that is facing some serious time. So since my mom passing, a lot of the weight that she carried, it seemed like I became the mom of the family. And with me just being able to make it over the hump with work and everything, it seems like if I was to get a pardon, I know that it won't erase it, but it will ask for forgiveness. And I feel like showing my kids, because I made this mistake, do not let that dictate you because you can change what you have done in the past. And that is what I'm trying to prove to my children. Like I made a mistake, but who I was then is not who I am now. I was always there to help my siblings whenever they needed my support. I always tried to like steer them in the right direction instead of like going down the same path that I went down. And I'm just asking for this pardon to show my kids, and with me being a career planner now, and I work with youth, like, a lot of people do not have that role model, but just because you made a mistake, you can always turn your life around and do better instead of what you did before. Don't let this play a big part of your life and beat you up about it. I believe that's pretty much all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Miss Evans. We'll open it up for questions. Judge Kremers?
Yeah, good morning, Ms. Evans. Ms. Evans,
morning.
you kind of skipped over what exactly you did. What was
Oh,
your
I'm
what was your
sorry.
involvement in the crime?
So I was charged with party to a crime, with reckless use of a firearm. And it was a situation with me being so young, like a group of girls would like call and make threats to me, like, oh, this is going to happen to you and that's going to happen. And instead of me thinking about my actions, me and my co-defendant, because I guess they must have knew each other as well, like from school or something like that, decided like, oh, it'd be a good idea to go scare these group of girls because they're so big and bad and tough. At the time, we're not thinking like, that situation could have went a lot worse than what it was. Instead of just like gunfire, People could have got hurt. We didn't know who was in the house. We don't know if children was in there or anything.
So what did you do?
I was driving a vehicle, and the co-defendant, he shot at a house.
Okay. And you knew that's what was going to happen? You knew that's what he was going to do?
At the time, I just thought that we was just going over there to scare the girls, but like he had me park the car. While I had the car parked, I heard the gunfire, and he started running towards the car, like go, 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 go. And I'm like, well, I don't think this is a good idea. Like I didn't know that you was going to go and do that. So I take responsibility for allowing him into the vehicle and taking him over there after we just had this altercation over the phone.
And then the other question I have relates to a Brown County case where you have an unsatisfied, at least as of 2018, an unsatisfied debt with the Children and Families Public Assistance at a level of about $11,000. Do you still owe that money?
I am currently paying that off. Like I'd have called them and asked them about that because I've been paying that off. And they were like, well, it's still going to show like that because it's not paid in full. So I do believe that now I'm maybe like at 1,200 to pay. And that was
1,200 left to pay?
yes,
Okay. All right, thank you.
you're welcome.
Cindy.
Good morning, Miss Evans. Two questions. So
morning.
where you relocated from De Pere when you put in this application, now you're in Milwaukee, is that right?
Well, I was in De Pere when I did put in the application, but I moved back to Milwaukee.
Okay. And where are you currently employed?
I'm a career planner at Dynamic Workforce Solutions.
Okay. Is that full-time work?
Yes.
Okay. My second question is, as part of the application process, applicants are encouraged to submit letters of support for their application, and you chose not to submit any letters of support. Can you tell us why not?
Well, because I didn't submit letters of support because like my only support system was my mom, and I lost my mom back in 2000, 2 days after Christmas. So since my mom passing is pretty much just me, I don't have no support system or anything. So I just, just living life the best way I can and just trying to make a positive impact.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Reverend Hancock, I saw your hand.
Yeah. Your co-defendant told police that he had driven to the McNeely home and that he had fired shots into the home with Evans' rifle. So he said it was your rifle that he used to shoot into the home. Did you give him the rifle?
No, I did not give him the rifle because the night everything happened, we kind of like had a get together at my mom's house. And my mom had a friend that brought a friend. So this night was the first night I ever met the dude, I ever seen him. Like I don't know him from a can of paint.
So where did the rifle come from?
Well, I was still living at home, and with me having a child, the only safe place that I had to keep it was in my mom's room in the closet. So that's where I would have it at, but I did not like, oh, here you go. Here, this where you can find it at. You can go in my mom's room and get it. So I'm not sure like if he went to the bathroom or act like he went to the bathroom because how the house was laid out and he ended up going in my mom's room, but I did not hand him like, okay, you can use this to do whatever. I never met this guy. The night all of this went down was the first time that I ever seen him, even knowing his name.
But it was your rifle.
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
you're welcome.
Officer Lewis.
Good morning. What steps have you taken, since this felony to take care of yourself, to deal with some of the stuff that you have dealt with in your life, right? So counseling, therapy, anything like that that was maybe ordered as part of your DOC terms, anything like that that you can talk about?
Well, I didn't have counseling or anything like that upon release. I did move back home with my mom. And so like whenever I would have like episodes or just feel like the world was just too overwhelming, I would talk to my mom. She was always my support system. She always gave me good advice. Um, since then it's just like, I just try to focus on myself and on my family. I don't want this to, have a major impact on like I can't be this great person because I have this conviction on my name. So far as like therapy and things like that, I did not receive any therapy. I was on extended supervision for I believe it was 14 months while I was meeting with my probation officer. She always would tell me, it's like, I don't understand how a person like you got in this type of trouble. You are like one of the easiest clients that I have. Like even like when it came to like doing the drug test, because I don't use drugs. I'm not an alcohol drinker. Like she would drop me and she was like, I wish like all of my people that I had were this easy to deal with. Like what happened? How did you get in this type of trouble? And I explained to her and she was like that, that is unfortunate. Even like when I had got sentenced, the judge didn't understand like how can a person like me do something like this? And she got to saying like how I was in school because I was going to school for medical assistance and I was working and I was a parent. And she was like, you have so much good things going on. Like what happened for you to get to this point? But, since then, I have remained out of trouble, and prison, jail, supervision is not something I can see myself like making a career out of. And I believe that is the reason why this is the only thing like this I have on my record.
Thank you.
You're
Any
welcome.
other questions?
Yes, I have a question. Mr.
Yes.
Evans, can you talk about some of your, if you do have like current day after you've graduated, what are your support systems? What does that look like now as far as, if there's other involvements, religion involvements, other things that you may be doing throughout the community? What does that look for you now? What does that look like for you now?
As of now, like I do not really have a support system. With my mom being gone, that was my only support system that I have because me and my mom were very close. With my children, their grandmother, she's really stepped up and she's really been there for me and she's understand like we talk about a lot of things. It's like I understand you've been through so much because 2020, my mom passed. 2021, my sister passed. 2022, my niece was murdered and she's praised for me. And then once my niece was murdered, I was actually supposed to get custody of her. But the same day I got custody, she got murdered. Since then, that sister of mine, that daughter got murdered, she had another baby. And instead of that baby going into the system, I've been having this baby for ever since birth. And my support now is just like my kid's grandmother, or like if I'm like feeling down and out, I'll sit and I'll write in my journal expressing my feelings. And I just try to take time to breathe. And she is trying to get me going back to church because I grew up in a church, but as I got older, I just eventually veered off from church.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the board? All right, thank you, Ms. Evans. I think that covers everything. Appreciate your time and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
You too. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Next up, we have Antoine Anderson. And Mr. Anderson, Judge Kremers is recusing himself from hearing your petition, so you'll see him go off camera and he won't participate in questioning. That is why. But we're ready to hear from you.
Hi, can you see me?
Hold on.
We can hear you, Mr. Anderson. We can't see you. There we go.
Good morning to y'all. First, I would like to say my name is Antoine Anderson. First, I had wrote something, and I'm nervous. First, I would like to say thank you for allowing me to be here. My offense that occurred 25 years ago, I was called, was called reckless endangerment with my family. I did 9 months time in probation. I did my time. I got out and worked at Burger King for 10 years. That I started working at another company that would pay me more. I got hurt on the job, so I was unable to work and had to be laid off. The things that I did when I got out, that I did, I went back to school to try to get my high school diploma. Went like therapy, like anger management or ADL stuff that I didn't need, but I wanted to brush up on to make more support to make me better and better myself more. And then the things I did like better myself, I got altogether I got 3 grandkids. I got 5 kids. One of my sons I got shot in the face, and I'm still coping with that. My wife had a brain injury, so like I can't really go places like because she can't be around a lot of people. So I'm like basically I'm helping her too and helping my son too because he got shot in the face and in the hand and shattered his bone. So he basically he's having his up and downs. But like my daughter, she's in the college, and basically like I've been St. Mary's, like helping them out, like older people or like helping them lose. Because I lost weight too. I was 390, so now I'm gonna do a nutrition class too. But this felony is hate me, to do that at St. Luke's because at St. Mary's too, because they said out that I'd be a good candidate because I'm volunteering too with them to help like older people that like people neglecting and all that. And like I'm having them, teaching them how to, let's go outside. Let's, give them a high spirit up, something like that, instead of them sitting in the house. So basically that's what I want to see. Can pardon me, I'm so nervous. But
Things that you want to go back and do.
things I'm gonna go back to school. I'm gonna go back to do is like basically get my education. Basically, so I'm still working on that, but I'm gonna go like for like CNA, hospital wise. But this is every time like or a better house because like I said, I can't go through field trips because I'm a felon. Yeah, like it's like I can't get a better house because I'm a felon too. And then basically, like every time somebody find out, but when I talk to them, explain to them what happened, because it was a family incident. So I explained to them, and then they understand, and then they like, okay, it's been so many years, and they find out I'm a good person. So, like uh, I was young, and and like I said, I'm taking really responsibility, and then I got a misdemeanor too. Unless I got a misdemeanor too, and it was fraud, but I never knew. I didn't know the person. I was at the basketball court, and he kept asking me my name, and I was like, I ain't never pay attention because I always play basketball, and I'm thinking it's like somebody to get in like a survey or something. How they sign your name, and he kept asking my first name, but he knew I live across the street from the park because I live right across the street park. Before I go to work, I always play basketball, so I warm up. So because I work at Burger King, so you gotta run back and forth to the stations, so you be already amped up. So I always play basketball, so when I get, I be already warmed up. And so, but I didn't know he had like I found out the last minute that it was a fraud with his name. I paid it back in full, but like I did not know what was all expired until at the last minute. Until I seen him and he was trying to fight me and chase me, and I'm like, what's going on? And then I found out it was fraudulent, and I went to make it immediately and accepted and paid it, and like I said, I did first that was the last. Like I said, my wife had a brain injury, so basically she said shaking, like Timothy, she can't really like I basically take care of them. But like I said, I don't complain, I know, like I said, God, like I said, I'm a fighter. Not fight like that. But I'm saying, I'll keep going. No, I got like I got bad problem with my legs and I got 3 discs, but I'm still going. I'm on disability, but I want to go to school so I'd be able to take care of my family more better.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Let's open up to questions from the board. Board members, Officer Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. I would like you to talk about the crime back in 2001.
Okay.
You know, part of this is
Okay.
you telling us what happened,
Okay.
right? And I didn't really hear much of that from you, so all I'm really going off is
Okay.
what I've been able to read. So if you could explain to us what happened back then, please.
As I came home, it was like this. I had went to a party, and somebody had laced me, and I had fell asleep in the park. And I get one, and I had woke up. I heard the bus. I had woke up because I ain't never been on drugs, never been high, nothing like that. So as I woke up, I got up because we go to work and stuff. So I got on the bus and went home, and it's like a whole lot of people in my mama's house, and she was, and I was like, they was cussing at me and stuff. They even hit me and all that, but I walked past, and so I said, let me call my mama. And my sister, she ended up hitting me, throwing stuff, and I'm like, let me call mama because I know these people aren't supposed to be there. So as I called my mama, and I looked above, it's like one of them had a gun. So I'm like, I'm like, Mom, they said he has a gun, and he just told me I ain't gonna cuss what he said. So as I proceed in the back with the phone, because they all trying to gang up me, telling me, and I'm calling the police, trying to do, he trying to call my mama and trying to tell her, like, and she's like, well, you just get my best way I could. Before I could even say that, I heard a gunshot, and then I was so scared and shaking, like I was hoping the police get there so quick, but it was just. But like I said, I take accountability of it. You heard me. I wish it never happened, but I know it was a family. It was like we all together now. Like I say, me, my family, my sisters, my aunties, everybody, we all at once. We all looked at it like it was, it was a family thing. It was a mistake. It should never happen. It never went that far. But like I said, I was shocked when I came in the house that all these people was in the house, because like really, my mama really don't have, because like I said, I take care of my sisters and brothers and them, and I pay the rents, and I pay rent, and I do, I pay my mom rent because she's a CNA, so she really don't be at home, so I have to pay the rent, and then I keep going because, like I said, I want to make sure my sisters and brothers, because I love them dear, and my sister, and my nephew and niece, all of them. So, but I came in and it was like an attack, so I called and tried to do, and then like I heard a shot, then I was just shook, like what should I do? And I was cornered in the room. It was like, and I kept trying to call and
So, Mr. Anderson, you heard a gunshot that.
no, when I came in, he had the gun already out on the table, and he had his feet on my mama's table, so I couldn't. When I came in already, it was all bunched. My family was all bunched around, like, and I was trying to tell them to leave because on my side of the family, they're real aggressive, and like when I tell them to leave, they don't want to leave because they don't have any houses to go to. They just trying to come over and eat and lounge around and smoke, and I'm like, you can't smoke in my mama's house. Can you please get your feet on my mama's table? And like me, they like no, and I can't say the words they were saying. And so my sister, she took it on herself to try to hit me in the face with an iron too, and throwing stuff. I'm like, why is all this? And if I'm trying to tell you I get out the house, because my mom say, and she was telling them on the speakerphone, let's go, and she told them, why you want to leave? And they just took it on themselves. We finna jump him because I'm trying to tell her what's right, and I know I was wrong. Like I said, I knew I was wrong. Like I
So,
said,
Mr. Anderson, what was it that you did? You're saying that I was wrong and I take accountability, right? So I want to hear from you in your words what
I was wrong.
actions you took.
Okay, I was wrong because I had shot in the floor, in the bottom of the floor. I wasn't shooting at nobody. I shot in the floor.
Okay.
In the bottom of the floor. I didn't try to shoot at nobody. I shot in the floor. And like I said, when I came out the room, I was tussling, but I never tried to hit nobody. I just walked out there because I was scared. Like, I was shook. Like when the shot went off, I was like, what can I do? I'm in a room corner in it, and I couldn't, and when no outside to get out the windows, and when no, so like I said, I was just shot in the flow. So that scared them and get them away from the door. And like
Okay. And then at some point, it sounds like someone ran out of the house
Oh,
to
yeah,
call the
He ran out the house.
police.
Everybody ran out the house.
Okay, so what I'm trying to get at is the incident that happened inside the house, and then it sounds like there was an extension of the incident that took place outside the house. And I'm not trying to, rehash all of this or, retry anything. I just want to hear from you
Okay,
again what
okay,
happened.
okay. And then you got to excuse me too, because I do have I do have like and I'm not trying to use the excuse. I do have what's name because like I say when I was younger,
Mm-hmm.
like my mama used to beat us, and so
Mm-hmm.
what she did was bust my brother here with a baseball bat and broke my shoulder like really, and I was bleeding, but I still got my hair cut because I didn't want to get head busted and all that. So like I said, now I can't think like I can't like I don't know how to explain it, but I can't think.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Sure.
but I have seizures sometimes, and so I got to slow my brain down for it. That's why I talk so fast because, but I got something. I'm not mad at her because she had a Mickey in her. Somebody put a Mickey in her drink, and so that's you start beating us. But like I said, it was I think I'm trying to see. And I think we did go outside. We did go outside. I think we did. When they went around, I went outside because like I went outside. Yeah, I did. And like I said, it actually outside. I had like I think I did take my sister to the paper because she was on the paper. I did. I think yeah, I did. Yeah, I think outside. That's what I said. I remember some of it, not all of it, because it's been so long. But like I said, I take responsibility. But I know, and I'm sorry for the people that was out there. You know what I mean? But like I said, I take responsibility for it. But like I said, I just got. I don't understand because I got so much on my mind. I lost my grandma. This year I got so much to just. I'm not trying to use that as truth, but I just got so much going on. Like and then like that. Like I said, my baby mama she died 2 times. So it's just like I had so much that but I'm just getting through it. And, but like I said, I take responsibility. I told my sister like every day, like we heard or her son over my house every day. Or my niece or my sister, everybody, we do all family stuff now. Like we really basically we been doing that, but I'm just saying, like we all said we should never went that way. But I'm like I said, stuff happens, But like I said,
Okay, thank you, Mr. Anderson. I don't want to cut you off, but I want to make sure that we get to any other questions.
so sorry about that.
Does Officer Lewis or anyone else have any other questions for Mr. Anderson?
No.
All right, thank you. I think that covers it then, Mr. Anderson. Appreciate your time and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Okay.
Next up, we have Antonio Nowak. Mr. Nowak.
Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Good morning, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Antonio Nowak. I'm here to respectfully ask for consideration of a pardon and to share how my life has changed since the offenses that brought me before you. In 2001, I was arrested for manufacture and delivery of cocaine of a controlled substance as a party to a crime. I facilitated a drug transaction between an undercover officer and a drug dealer. I pled guilty, accepted responsibility, and was sentenced to 5 years in prison. In 2005, I was arrested again for possession with intent to deliver as a second offense. I was pulled over while driving, panicked, fled on foot, and discarded the drugs I had on me. I pled guilty and was sentenced to 4 years. I don't minimize these actions, I own them fully. At that time in my life, I was struggling with addiction, unresolved trauma, and a lack of direction. My decisions harm myself, my family, and my community, and I accept responsibility for that. After completing my sentence, something changed in a lasting way. 2011, I gained custody of my son and placement. Becoming a father forced me to confront who I was and who I needed to become. I made a conscious decision that my past would not define my future, and that my children would not grow up watching me repeat the same mistakes. Since then, I have worked continuously to rebuild my life and give back to my community. I completed the reentry program and engaged fully in AODA treatment. And as of January 6, 2026, I have 10 years of sobriety. I also completed Beyond Abuse program and a positive parenting program, which helped me address relationship trauma and develop healthier, more consistent parenting skills. Service has become a core part of who I am. I have volunteered with Literacy Services of Wisconsin, helping individuals who struggle to read. I volunteered through the Bayview Community Center, doing everything from scrubbing toilets and packing groceries to delivering food to the elderly. Sorry, I'm overwhelmed. I'm a lot of emotions flooding. I volunteered through my church and through my local as a mentor. As part of my recovery, I've been deeply involved in the 12-step program, serving others as a sponsor and representing the state of Wisconsin at the area level. Helping others stay sober helps keep me accountable and grounded. Professionally, I've committed myself to honest, skilled work. In 2013, I became a union carpenter. I completed my apprenticeship in 2017 and have helped build schools, hospitals, and businesses across my community, even during the COVID pandemic. In 2024, I became a carpenter instructor. Today, I teach men and women a trade that can support them and their families for a lifetime. I'm asking for a pardon not to erase my past, but because I've done the work to move beyond it. A pardon would allow me to fully participate in labor organizations, remove barriers that still follow me decades later, and allow me to be more present in my children's life, whether that's serving as a school chaperone or navigating basic travel requirements. More than anything, I'm asking because I've faced the root causes of my past behavior: abandonment, neglect, abuse, addiction, and trauma. These convictions are the last remaining barrier between who I was and who I've worked hard to become. Family means everything to me. I'm a present father, a mentor, an instructor, and a contributing member to my community. I've sought help, accepted accountability, and committed myself to a life of integrity and service. I thank you for your time and for considering my application.
Thank you, Mr. Nowak. Questions from the board? Mr. Nowak, just one for me. You mentioned going to Batters Anonymous and a parenting class where you learned some other skills. Can you tell me, do you still participate in any of that programming?
Mostly it's incorporating what I learned with my wife. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to follow up on like a positive parenting program because they run the schedule during the day, and I got a strict schedule as an instructor. It's a daytime schedule, so she does bring the literature home though. She's followed up with positive parenting program, and we rehearse and practice and keep up to date on those techniques. And when it comes to Batters Anonymous, I went through Beyond Abuse, and I completed that program. And I struggled with domestic violence because I was raised in a home like that, and I learned that, and I perpetuated that for a long time. But it really scarred me emotionally and traumatized me, and I just wanted to heal from that, and that program helped me do that. And since then, I'm not a violent individual. I was struggling to get past that, but that helped me through that program. So, staying grounded, staying emotionally centered and spiritually centered. And I've learned ways to cope, like meditation, prayer, and, talking to friends. I got a large support system, people in recovery, co-workers, I got mentors. I got a sponsor. My sponsor has a sponsor. I spent a lot of time in rehabilitation.
Thank you, Mr. Noack. I appreciate you sharing that. We see a lot of folks with domestic abuse convictions on their record, and it is a little bit unusual for us to hear someone talk openly about what they've done to rectify that. So I really appreciate that.
Thank
Any
you.
other questions from the board? All right. Thank you for your time, Mr. Noack. Appreciate it. Hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Seamus Wright. Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright, we can see you in the Zoom, but we can't hear you or see you. If you're able to turn your video.
Okay,
and
I'm
sound on.
just trying to turn the video on. The camera's live stream. Start video. It says, "Can I detect my camera?" Okay. This might
Okay,
be-
well, we can have someone reach out to you and try to troubleshoot, or we can proceed with just audio. Which would you prefer?
We can proceed with audio. I just wanted to. You can, yeah, if you can have somebody reach out, that'd be fine. But I can start now. And
Okay, if
some
you're
time.
fine with doing just audio, we can do it that way. So why don't you go ahead?
Okay. Good morning, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. My name is Dr. Seamus Wright, and I come before you today with humility, gratitude, and responsibility for the choices that brought me here. In January of 2003, I was charged with possession of controlled substance with intent to deliver more than 135 grams. I received 5 years in prison. I received 5-year sentence. I served 2 years incarcerated and 3 years on extended supervision. I make no excuses for my actions. The man I was then made decisions that endangered everything around me. I take responsibility for that. There's a scripture that says, when I was a child, I spoke as a child, I understood as a child, I thought as a child, but when I became a man, I put away those childish things. When I look back, I see how true it was for me. Growing up as a child, number 11, in a home of 13, poverty shaped nearly every decision that I made. It sat on the other side of everything. It does not justify the choices that I made as a young man, but it explains the mindset I had to outgrow. The turning point for me came not in a dramatic moment, but in an honest one. I often believe that children are a parent's report card. And when I looked at the reactions and the behavior and the environment that I put my children in, I gave myself a failing grade. That realization forced me to make some real changes. I returned to school and I earned my master's in business administration and eventually my doctorate in business administration. Education opened doors, but more importantly, it reshaped how I saw myself and what I believed I was capable of contributing to society. For the past 10 years, I've owned AML Real Estate Group, and today I operate 2 businesses that currently hold MBE certifications. I've hired people from my community, mentor young men who face similar circumstances, and I've created opportunities where there weren't any. I've learned that the most powerful form of redemption is through service. I'm the author of 2 published books with 4 more in progress, including 2 fully completed manuscripts. Writing has become a way to share my story, give guidance, and offer perspective to anyone who thinks their past mistakes define them. Today, I am not the man who stood before the court in 2003. I am a father and a grandfather. My grandchildren represent a chapter I never expected to see, proof that life can become something more meaningful when you choose responsibility over impulse. I want them to grow up knowing that their grandfather built a legacy rooted in honesty and service, not a legacy limited by a mistake that I made more than 20 years ago. I'm here today not to erase the past, but to close a chapter that I have already outgrown. The conviction no longer reflects the man I am, the man I've worked to become, and the man I'm striving to be. What it does, it limits my ability to fully contribute, to expand my business, to secure government contracts, and to teach at universities, and to serve as a stronger example for others rebuilding their life. A pardon would not change my sense of responsibility. I've accepted that. What it would do, it would allow my actions, accomplishments, and contributions to speak louder than the worst decisions of my youth. It would help me continue the work that I'm already trying to do. And in closing, I come before you today not as a perfect man, but as a redeemed one. I'm asking for an opportunity to move forward without a barrier that no longer represents my character or my values. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. We'll open up for questions. Judge Kremers.
Good morning, sir. I have two questions.
Sure.
It looks like you would have finished your sentence in 2009 or so. But then I see in 2010, it looks like you were arrested for possession of cocaine with intent to deliver. Were you arrested in 2010?
No, sir.
Okay. I mean,
No, sir.
our records aren't always 100% accurate, so I'm just asking about that.
Okay.
It doesn't show any disposition on the information we have, so I was wondering about that. My second question relates to, it looks like you have a series of small claims judgments against you, the most recent one being from Dane County in 2020 for about $5,000, but in total, all of these between 2013, 14, 15, and 2020 total about $30,000. What is that about?
I think you're referring to, okay, so my name is Seamus Wright, Seamus McKee Wright. I have 3 children named Seamus. So if you probably look at the birthday, you're probably referring to my son. I don't think I've been to Gaines County. I don't even know what that is. So you're probably talking about my junior.
Okay.
He's 31 now.
So you don't have any unsatisfied civil judgments against you that you're aware of?
That I'm aware of, no, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Reverend Hancock.
Right, I have 2 questions. First of all, the DA's office in Milwaukee County reviewed your application for a pardon, and they support it. Now, Governor Evers will make the final decision, but how does that support make you feel?
Man, honestly, man, it's been so long, and this is such an emotional process for me. Man, when truthfully, I received that letter saying that they supported it 3 days ago, because I'm in Texas and it came to my Illinois address. And man, I almost shared it on social media, but I didn't. But honestly, man, it was humbling, man. It was just proof that, that God is, sometimes I look for signs, and that right there, man, was a sign, man. I sent out several text messages, man, with a copy of that letter. So I was really, really humbled by it.
Okay, and my second question, you have a record of being very involved in building affordable housing in an area in Chicago. And one of your projects was called 1889 Courts.
Yes.
Did that ever get built?
No, man. No, I couldn't raise the funding. I just couldn't raise the funding, man. It was tough. I wasn't new to Chicago, man, but I was new to the arena. And so building of that magnitude, the actual building of it is the easy part. Formulating the relationships are the most difficult part. So I could not raise the funding.
Okay, thank you.
Cindy.
Good morning, Mr. Wright. As part of the application process, applicants are encouraged to submit letters of support for their application, and you chose not to submit any. Can you tell us why not?
I really don't have a reason for that. I am an introvert by nature, so I do a lot of things internally. I really don't know why. I could have had probably thousands of people on my behalf, but it's just an oversight on my part, I'm assuming.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from the board? All right, thank you, Dr. Wright. Appreciate your time, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you so much.
Next up, we have Tara DeBauer. Ms. DeBauer? All right, Ms. DeBauer, I don't think we got an RSVP from you, so if you're in the Zoom, please let me know and interrupt me. In the meantime, we'll go on to Malik Imani. Mr. Imani.
Good morning.
Good morning. We can hear you. We can't see you.
I'm trying to see, here we go.
There we are.
Good morning. Good morning. How you doing today?
Great. How are you?
Good, good, good. I wanted to say first that I appreciate you guys for allowing me to get an opportunity to express my condolences. I may express myself to the pardon board for this pardon. 30 years ago, in 1994, I was going on 19 years old, and I had hung around some guys, and some drugs were found in the car that I was riding in. Me myself, I had in possession of a gun, and with the drugs, I was charged with party to the crime of possession with the intent to deliver or harm with a dangerous weapon within 1,000 feet of a school zone. That was one of 3 convictions that I had that were in succession of each other. I was sentenced to 3 years in prison. I did 11 and a half months. I was released January of 95, only to get out to continue the same pattern and behaviors that I had before, hung around the same type of people again, and was convicted in 1995, November 1995, for possession with the intent, party to the possession intent, while to deliver over, I believe it was over 15 ounces of cocaine, a friend of mine that had on him. And I did 5 years from that. And upon my release, I did go to school. I went to college in 99, late 99. I came back on break and I never went back to school. In the May of 2000 of that year, I was walking down the street in my hometown of Racine, Wisconsin, actually smoking some weed, and an officer seen me that knew me, and I was arrested and I was revocated and sent back to prison for 17 months. A lot of my behaviors at that time stemmed from, I could say, when I was 18, going on 19, my thoughts and everything that changed about me. I was talking on this payphone in the neighborhood where I grew up in, and some guys rolled past and someone shot at me, and I ended up getting shot twice in the back. At the time, I was playing basketball. I was a straight A student. I really didn't hang out too much on the streets, but that kind of changed my mindset and the things that I did and how I moved. I started hanging out with the wrong crowd. I started putting myself in situations that I normally did not put myself in, and it led to a continual pattern of bad decisions and hanging around the wrong people. Since then, 2004, I went back to school to Carthage College. I went for 2 years. Played basketball for 2 years. I ended up moving out of Wisconsin. My nephew played in the NBA for 16 years. I moved out there to support him in his career. I was there for 6 years. And I ended up being out there working with the Wizards organization at that time. And I came back to Wisconsin when my mother's health was failing. Came back in 2010. And I went back to school and finished my degree in business administration at Carthage College in 2015. But during that time, I was working in a family business that my sister had started, which was like group homes, helping people with mental health issues. And I was a resident manager for that whole entire time. And I was released from parole on 2005 of November, just going back a little bit. And and I've never been in trouble since my 2000 arrest for marijuana possession. And I ended up moving to Texas in November of 2015.
and I worked down there. I was in the corporate world for about maybe 4 years. And then I became a mailman, a city carrier, which was one of the best jobs that I've ever had. And I moved back from Texas again. My mother's health took a turn. I moved back to help her out again because I'm the youngest son. So, you know, the family, me and my brothers and sisters, we all come together and make a decision of who should be the one to help her. And due to the fact that my career was I could transfer my job. I transferred back to Milwaukee and I ended up helping my mother again. This is why I'm here right now. But I ended up getting hurt delivering mail, tore my meniscus, getting away from or evading a pit bull while I was delivering in Milwaukee County. And had to resign from that position because it took me a long time to heal. And currently I'm working. I have my own business. I'm Imani Medical Transportation, which I'm just starting. I was a truck driver in between there for the last 3 years. And I just left that industry to focus more on the business that I'm trying to build. And I also believe the reason why I want this part is because it gives me an opportunity to do other things that I would like to do, as far as like I'm considering public office, and to not have that basically like that albatross around your neck where you put in for certain jobs, and that having these felonies, it kind of shuts the door on the advancements that I want to make in my life. So that's the reason. And not only that, I want to show my children that you are not your mistakes, but you are actually who you are in this moment. And that's what I want them to see.
Thank you, Mr. Imani. Questions from the board? Judge Kremers.
Good morning, sir. It looks like in 2024, you were arrested for a battery. What was that about?
24. What part of 24?
2024?
What part of 2024 was that?
I don't know what part of the year. It says there was a charge of misdemeanor contempt and also a battery charge. It was dismissed, but I was just wondering if you could tell us about that situation.
That was a situation with my oldest son. Never battered him or anything like that. We had got into it was a misunderstanding with my son. He had asked me something that he thought I had said, and police were called. I was at my mom's house. Police were called, and that's why the charge was dismissed, because they found out that what he had stated was untrue.
I see. Okay.
It was just a verbal back and forth about a situation that he thought I had said something that I did not say. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Officer Lewis, did you have a question? Oh, you're muted.
Yeah, just a follow-up to that. I had the same question, but you know, on your application, it asks about have you had any other interactions with law enforcement? This includes arrests that did not lead to any charges, dismissed charges, etc. Is there a reason that you perhaps left that 2024 case off of your application and then it came back in the background check?
Well, I put my application in 2022. I'm in 2023, so that situation did not occur at the time I put my application in.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Imani, question for me. I see there are a couple of charges that ultimately get canceled, but from 2006, 2016, and then as recently as 2023 around failure to pay child support. Are you current on all of your child support now?
I no longer owe child support. I have a current case of child support with my 9-year-old. That's it. All my other child supports are final. Most of that stems from when I was incarcerated. My child support payments kept going. So when I got out, I was really behind the ball. I owed like 80-some thousand. And there were moments, a lot of those stemmed from when you switch jobs and they send a job that I forgot what it's called, like in order for you to pay out your paycheck. That's normally how I always do it. And when it gets mixed up in that type of system, it's really out of my control. And I didn't know that, I didn't know that, sending payments in would stop that from occurring. So I would just wait until my job got the notice of me having to pay, and I would let and it normally came out of my check. That's the way
Okay,
I.
but have you paid everything that you owed?
Yeah, I'm no longer. I'm current with everything now. I'm done.
Okay,
I'm down. All that basically was arrears that I owed
okay,
for my older children who are in their 30s, my two
thank you.
oldest children. So I'm done with those cases.
Okay, and Cindy?
Yes. So when you applied, you were working for Schneider Trucking, and now you say you're transitioning to a medical transport company. So what's the status of that? Do you have vehicles? Do you have contracts? Do you have customers? Where are you at with your?
I've just literally not even 2 weeks removed from leaving the trucking industry, and right now I'm looking at vans to purchase. Really just one, because my sister had her own transportation business for 8 years, and she's been giving me basically the information on how to run it because she had 19 vans, and she said although it's sustainable, but the payout to your workers, she wasn't able to really make a big profit. She said if she could do it all over again, it would just be her and my niece, because that's who started the company, her and my niece together. She's like, so when you just do it, just drive by yourself. And then more than likely, my goal is to add my sons, like use the van, get another van, give one of them to a van, and then just keep building out just with my family members and whatnot. Because she said that, the insurance is very high. You're talking $3,500 every other month for just a regular van. And then if you want to get wheelchair, that's $10,000 every other month. So that's a lot of money that you have to put out in order to run the business. So I'm looking at just running my own van. I'm gonna probably purchase it by Monday. I'm just looking at different vans, trying to get the lowest mileage I can on the van, so I won't have to do any repairs on it right away. So that's
So
what I'm.
you don't
That's
have
what
any
I'm.
contracts for work right now, or?
No, it's a place. It's a company called Vayo Ride who gives the ride for people with medical transportation who needs rides to their medical appointments. That's basically what I'm going to be taking people to their medical appointments and whatnot.
You'd be like a subcontractor for this company.
Yes. I've already have all the information with them. Only thing it is, I'm just working on purchasing a van. I've been looking at some vans and I'm making a decision this weekend on which one I want to get. And Monday I'll be pulling the trigger on buying a van.
And when did you leave your employment with Schneider?
Well, Schneider, I know I stopped working for Schneider in 2020. I was only there for maybe like 6 months in 2023. And then I went from Schneider to JB Hunt. So that's where I'm leaving from now. I left JB Hunt on the 22nd of December.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, thank you, Mr. Amani. Appreciate your time, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you. You too. Thank you.
Next up, we have Christine Spire.
Good morning. So I feel very ill prepared after I'm hearing everybody else, honestly, at this point, but I can give you like the background of what my charges were. My ultimate conviction or my ultimate thing that I had to sit time on or probation was maintaining a drug trafficking place. But I also had several charges of possession of prescription medication along those lines, several of those charges. Those possession charges actually stemmed from my son was and is extremely mentally disabled. He struggled a whole lot from little on up with some serious mental health illnesses. Each one of those charges was for a separate medication. And when he was growing up, I always had one pill bottle in my purse that had one dose of each of his medications in it. And because it was in the incorrect prescribed bottle, I got charged for each and every single medication that was in that bottle that shouldn't have been in that bottle. So that's where those charges stemmed from. The drug trafficking place was from, I was dating a guy that I was dating for a very short period of time. I did allow him to basically stay with me, kind of came and never left kind of issue. From now that I know everything that I know now, he was doing side activity without my knowledge. And I was not home very often at all because at that point, my son was in a group home in Green Bay for mental health help because he was kind of beyond my realm of being able to help him. So I was not home a lot due to being a single mom and having to maintain him in Green Bay. So anytime he had a medical appointment or a counseling appointment or whatever the deal might have been, I had to be in Green Bay to transport him and be a part of that. So in that time period, I was not home very much at all. On top of the fact that I don't want to say probably, I take accountability for my part of just not being extremely vigilant like I should have been. So I was not aware of some of the side movements that were happening outside of my home. So they did come into my home. They removed my kids immediately that day due to the circumstances. To my knowledge, there was nothing at or found in my home. There was not a transaction on my property. So everything that he was doing was out of my realm or my vision. I did get sentenced to probation. I did complete it, and I completed it early. I've not been in trouble since. I pretty much just kind of stay to myself, and I work a whole lot. I am a single mom of 4. 3 of them are now grown, and I still have 1 left in the home. I've made a lot of really bad choices when it comes to men. I come from an extremely battered situation from my kid's father for 15 years, and then I went to this relationship that kind of got me caught up on these charges. Since then, I did go back to school. Or no, I was in school prior to this charge. I went to school and I was trying to go for criminal justice because I wanted to be able to help other people that have been in my circumstances and catch themselves in the same circumstances. And I wanted to kind of give back because at that point, my probation officer was like my saving grace. And we still stay connected on some level because our kids were going to the same school. So I just wanted to get back to the community, and I had to cut my schooling short due to my felony charge. And I would really love to be able to go back and just give back. I feel like it takes one to know one in all lessons. And I feel like I could be helpful to other people on top of the fact that I want to show my kids, like, just because you make bad choices or bad moves in life, that doesn't have to stay with you forever.
Thank you, Ms. Beyer. We'll open up to questions from the board. Cindy?
Good morning, Ms. Beyer. So today you seem to be saying that you didn't really know what was going on in your house. What did you do to get this conviction? What were your behaviors, your actions?
Well, honestly, when it came down to it, my actions, I got to that point because I had a lawyer and I was like fighting the charge and all that other good stuff. I got this because this is going to sound crazy. 3 days before my trial, the DA kind of put me in a corner. And at that point, I already had my kids back in my care because during this whole entire time, even before it happened, I already had social services embedded in my home for years due to the fact that my son was like extra needs and I needed extra guidance as a parent, as a single parent with mental health issues. So I already went through all the programming and the parenting and all that good stuff people normally have to go through to get their kids back in their care. That was already done. So it was about 3 days before my trial started, and they knew I was taking it all the way. At that point, they stated if I don't plead guilty to the drug or maintaining of a drug house, that they would nail me with a criminal charge of maltreatment or failure to protect my children. So at that point, I was kind of put in a corner legally. So it was either I can go forward and be a drug felon or I can lose my kids permanently. So at that point, I pled guilty to the charge of maintaining a drug house because I didn't want to lose my kids permanently.
But in the criminal complaint, your then 9-year-old daughter details you using drugs.
I was an addict, not at that point.
You buying drugs, you smoking, drugs being used in the basement. This was all, I mean, you had 3 kids under 9 years and younger, and you were using in the house, right?
I was not using at that point. It was the relationship prior that I was an addict. I was clean at that point. I got clean. I stopped using in 2011. And I've been clean since 2011.
And so in 2014, you're saying you were not only not using, you were unaware that anything was being sold out of your home.
I was unaware of anything being sold in my home. I knew they were smoking weed on the porch.
Okay.
But as far as me using, I've been clean since 2011.
And the oxy and the morphine and the other drugs that were found, you're saying were prescribed for your son, but were stored improperly.
Yes. Well, not the oxy. I didn't have any morphine at all. The
Right.
oxy, I believe I had because I had a surgery. And like I said, I had all the medication in one pill bottle.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Ms. Byer. I think that covers everything from us then. Appreciate your time, and I hope you have a great weekend.
Thank you. You as well.
Okay, our last applicant of the first morning session is Cody Werdio. Mr. Werdio?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you for letting me do this today. So in 2008, I got charged with the intent to deliver narcotics. I got pulled over with numerous pills. I received a 11-month sentence and a 4 years probation. During this stay, I got a job and I received my GED. Fast forward to 2013, I was pulled over again and arrested for party to a crime to deliver heroin. I did not get caught with any heroin or enough evidence to charge me. I was prescribed Suboxone at the time, so they charged me with possession intent to deliver non-narcotics. I received 2 years probation, 6 months stay in jail. Since 2015, I finished my probation. I have worked for 2 jobs, one for the last 13 years and another for 4. I am a crew foreman and shop manager at the one job. I have gotten married since then, and the arresting officer of this case became a real close friend of mine. He was also at my wedding, and he's the one who helped me with this pardon. The reason I would like a pardon is so I can put all this behind me. I am a very outdoors person and would like to be able to go hunting with my 2 sons. I know I have made 2 big mistakes in my life, but I have put this all behind me, and I just want to move forward. I have also coached my son's community soccer team and volunteered to help with their local Boy Scouts. I feel I am not a threat to my community or myself. My wife and I also wanted to foster a child at one point, as my father-in-law is very involved in the program in the Manitowoc County, but can't because of this background check. I would hope the board accepts my appeal to help me put this in my past. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Werdio. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Good morning, sir. So, it looks like from your offenses, you had oxy and morphine. You had, in the criminal complaint says you admitted you were using heroin.
Yep.
And then in your application, there's a section number 17 where it talks about, what treatment or you've been through, and you just left it blank. So I'm curious, how did you address that the misuse of drugs that you had at that time in your life? How have you addressed it, and what do you do about it now?
So honestly, I just cut everybody off that I've ever talked to in my life because they weren't real friends. I just, it was just drugs and why we hung out. And after I got out of jail, I had my son and everything. And I made a mistake after that, which went to 2013, fell back in, started hanging out with one of the 2 people again. And after that charge, the cop that arrested me, like I said, became really good friends, made me see what I was going to lose if I kept going down this path. And pretty much ever since then, I just stopped. I mean, son
No
lives with me
treatment.
now. What's that?
You didn't have any treatment. You were able to just
Correct.
stop using. You
I
didn't
mean,
go
I
through
did
any.
the Suboxone program for a few years, but that was it.
Okay. Was that helpful?
Yeah. So I did it in 2013, and that's when I sold them because that's what they charged me for instead of party to a crime for heroin.
Yeah.
So then it wasn't, but after the last arrest and, talking to the arresting officer and everything and coming to realization of what's really going on. I did it for, I think, 3 years and been good since then.
Okay, well, congratulations on that. And there's obviously a nice letter of support from the arresting officer
Yeah, thank you.
in your packet. Thank you.
Judge Gremmers?
Just one question, sir. Good morning. Looks like between these two crimes, you had a conviction for a domestic violence battery. What was that about?
So me and I couldn't tell you exactly like what started it. It's been so long ago. But it was me and my son's mother, and we got in some kind of argument. She got like real physical with me. I had like marks all over me and stuff. She called the cops. I got arrested, or I turned myself in the next day when I found out. And they told me what I was being charged with. That case got dismissed because it wasn't true. She lied. I admitted to, like I said, I think in the criminal complaint it said like give her a bear hug so she would stop hitting me and stuff. And once the case got dismissed, the state came back and said they're still going to press charges for what I admitted to doing.
So you were convicted of a battery?
But yes.
All right. Did you go through any treatment? Counseling?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from the board? Reverend Hancock?
Yeah, judge in Sheboygan County that reviewed your application supports your getting a pardon. Now, Governor Evers will make the final decision, but how does the judge's support make you feel?
Awesome. I mean, it makes me feel like, you know, I have a chance at putting this all behind me. People believe that I have changed and I can just move forward with all this.
Thanks.
Other questions from the board? All right, I think that covers it then, Mr. Werdio. Appreciate your time and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
All right. Thank you, Go.
All right, that was our last applicant of the first morning session. We are running a bit behind, so we will head straight into our 10 o'clock session this morning. Folks who have just joined us in the Zoom more recently, welcome. My name is Mel Barnes. I'm the Governor's Chief Legal Counsel and Chair of his Pardon Advisory Board. I'm going to briefly introduce my fellow board members, run through a couple of housekeeping items about how the hearing will work, and then we will start hearing from all of you. So with us today in the Zoom, we have board member Professor Eric Liberator, who teaches paralegal students from around the world in the University of Cincinnati's online program. He previously worked at Disability Rights Wisconsin, focused on public benefits eligibility. We have Reverend Jerry Hancock, who is the director of the Prison Ministry Project and previously served as a public defender and deputy district attorney. We have board member Nadia Perez-Reyes, who is the Deputy Secretary for the Department of Children and Families. She was previously a state public defender and an attorney for Legal Action of Wisconsin. And we have board member Judge Jeffrey Kremers, who is AG Call's appointee to the board. He was a Milwaukee County Circuit Court judge for 26 years, including chief judge for 7 of those years before retiring in 2018. And we have board member Anthony Cooper Sr., who is the Vice President of Strategic Partnerships and Reentry for Nehemiah Center for Urban Leadership Development. He is also the CEO of Focused Interruption, and he received a pardon from Governor Evers in 2021. And we have board member Cindy O'Donnell, who served as the Deputy Secretary of the Department of Corrections under 3 governors and served as a division administrator under Attorneys General Lautenschlager and Van Hollen. All right, I will go through just a couple of housekeeping items and then we will get started hearing from all of you. First, please keep in mind that today's hearing is being live streamed, so we'll ask you to turn your video off and keep yourself muted until it is your turn to be heard by the board so we can focus on the person presenting. If you do have any IT issues with the Zoom, someone from staff will reach out to you and try to help you troubleshoot. If it means we need to come back to you because Zoom is not cooperating when it's your turn, we can do that. Otherwise, we are going to call on folks in the order listed in the agenda and open meeting notice. Each applicant will have 5 minutes total with the board. We're going to ask you to spend the first 3 of those minutes speaking to the questions that you were sent in advance of today's hearing. Keep in mind that those are to first give us a brief summary of the offense you're seeking a pardon for and how your sentence went. We're not here to retry the crime. We just want to hear from you in your own words what happened. Second, a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence, including community involvement, employment, essentially how your life is different now than the time of your offense. And third, a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one. Once you've spent about 3 minutes speaking to those questions, we'll open it up to any follow-up questions the board may have for you. Don't read too much into it either way if we do or don't have questions for you. As you know, your application materials are quite thorough and we've spent a lot of time with those. If we do have questions though, it's important that we get to those so the board can make a thoughtful recommendation to the governor. Once you're done with any questions we have for you, you're welcome to sign off the Zoom and leave the hearing. You do not need to stick around. And then once everyone has been heard for the session, the board will meet in closed session to decide whether or not to recommend your application to the governor for a pardon. You need a majority support of board members present in order for your application to be sent to Governor Evers, who will then make the final decision about whether or not to grant you a pardon. And you will hear about the outcome of today's hearing about a month to 2 months from today. We know you've been very patient just to get to hearing day, and we thank you for that. We just need a little bit more time to get those recommendations to the governor. So with that, we will go ahead and get started with our first applicant of the second morning session, which is Darius Bond. Mr. Bond.
Hello,
Hello.
can you guys see me?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Oh,
I'm sorry, hold on. There you
there
go.
you go. Yeah.
Good morning. Hello, my name is Darius Bond. In 2001, I was charged and convicted with possession with intent to deliver cocaine. I was sentenced to 1 year in the house of correction, 3 years of probation, and 50 hours of community service. And that crime, I was in possession. I take full responsibility. Product of my environment. I can't say I was hanging around the wrong crowd because I was involved in everything they were involved in. So I made a conscious decision to sell drugs. In 2002, I was charged and convicted with possession of THC and resisting and obstructing arrest. I was sentenced to 1 year house of correction, 2 years of extended supervision, consecutive to count 2. I ran from the police. I had marijuana on me. I was scared. I knew I was going to get revocated. No excuses, take full responsibility. In 2004, I was charged and convicted of possession with intent to deliver cocaine. I was given a sentence of 2 years imposed and stayed, 2 years extended supervision, consecutive to any other sentence, and 250 hours of community service. Went back to my old environment, tried to make up for missed time, lazy, didn't have a work ethic, just being around the wrong people again. In 2006, I was charged with possession of cocaine. In the court documents, it was filed as cocaine, but amended to THC due to the fact that it was 896 grams of marijuana and not cocaine. I was sentenced to 1 year in the Department of Correction and 1 year extended supervision, ran concurrent to any other sentences. Like before, it was, I made horrible decisions. I thought the fast life was what was going to get me by, but actually it just slowed me down. Since being released from prison in 2013, I worked for Jabaz Transportation Company for 1 year. I then continued employment at Hayes Brakes for 5 to 6 years. While at Hayes Brakes, I started as a third shift assembler. I also attended MATC I also attended MATC during the day for human services, which I obtained 64 college credits towards my bachelor's degree. Throughout my career at Hayes, I went from assembler to a water flow coordinator to gaining position in the office as a first shift lead. A position was created at Hayes Brakes called Material Flow Coordinator, which required business management classes I took at MATC Mequon campus. The team and myself came up with a system to move different materials to their designated areas in a timely manner to make sure production was ran thoroughly and everything was at the stations on time. In 2019, I was offered a position at Pentair Water as a lead. I worked there for 2 years, then started my own business, Riley's Home Improvement, LLC, which I currently run and operate, and also LLRD Exchange and Wash, where I detail cars. I do that currently now. I believe I should receive a pardon because I worked hard to change my life to become a great father and transition in my life to father my children and shielding them from my environment that I grew up in. In 2015, I was denied my life insurance license due to my felony background. I went through a 12-week program, took the test. You needed a 70 to pass. I passed with a 71 on the first try to be denied due to my past actions. It was a very big discouragement. That's what made me notice. That's what made me realize that I needed a pardon, because I didn't want to be discouraged again. I didn't want anything to stop me from the things that I was accomplishing. I haven't been discouraged. I haven't been denied anything until that point, and that's what pushed me harder. That's what's making me wanna get this off my record and push forward.
Thank you, Mr. Bond. We'll open up to questions from the board. Board members? Judge Grumers.
Good morning, sir.
morning.
I want to ask you about your 2018 conviction. You have it listed in Milwaukee County. It looks like it was something to do with controlled substance selling, distributing. It was a federal case?
No, sir. In 2010, I had a federal case. I got released from in 2013. It was for distribution of marijuana.
Okay.
I finished everything. I didn't know I put it in my packet, but I didn't know that you guys wanted me to recite it here. But I finished everything. I'm off probation. I've been off probation. I mean, I've been off federal parole since 2015.
Okay, that was a felony, though.
Yes, sir. And it was in.
So you understand that even if the governor were to grant a pardon for what you're asking for today, you'd still have a felony on your conviction.
Yes. I'm sorry, sir.
You'd still have a felony on your record, even if the governor were to grant this request. You'd still have the federal felony on your record.
Yes, sir. And I'm going to be in the process of trying to get that imposed also.
Okay. And then, because you listed on your application a case number that I don't understand. I haven't seen this format before, but it says, oh, I see. That was the year you completed. It was 2018. That's what you talked about. Okay, so that was the felony case. But then I think you did not disclose a 2009 arrest for first-degree recklessly endangering safety and misdemeanor battery. That was ultimately dismissed, but you didn't tell us in your application about that. What was that situation?
I just came home from prison. I was riding with my uncle. My uncle had he had a situation going on with some guy. So at this time, me and my uncle, I'm really playing peer mediator because I don't want to go back to jail. I get involved. It was my uncle and another family member. I get involved. I break up the fight. They were really just kind of tussling. I break up the fight. I get charged. My uncle get charged. The family member come to court, say, "Hey, Darius didn't have nothing to do with it." So that's why my charges got dismissed.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
No problem.
Reverend Hancock.
Really want to talk about the federal case.
Yes.
Tell us, you did not list that in your application.
I thought I did list it in the application, sir, because when I was speaking to the lawyer said, "Hey, this is only for the state, so just make sure that you have everything discussed for the state." So in 2000, is it okay if I explain it now?
Yeah,
Or
please.
so in 2010, I had a family indictment, my mom, my uncle, things of that sort. So that's what stemmed from the 2009 battery. I mean the reckless and endangering. So I guess before, when I first came home in 2009, I was already on indictment. I was already being indicted before I even came home. So when I did come home in 2010 June, I was already indicted. So at that point, it was me, my mom, my dad, me, my mom, my uncle, and we just had a big family marijuana distribution indictment, which I received. It was 41 months to 42 months. I received 42 months in the federal system from Judge Joseph Convert. instead of me being on an overall conspiracy, I think I had got it dropped down to just a distribution charge. And that's where I got the time. I was in category 6 due to all my points. I completed everything. I took the thinking distortion class. I went through all the programs, all the outsourced programs that was needed. And I successfully completed probation and parole in 2015 from the federal system. Didn't have any problems. I haven't had any police contact since 2013. Probably a driving, if anything. I had one speeding ticket since I've been home.
Okay, look, I just want to be clear about this, right? It looks like you did like 42 months in federal prison.
Yes.
At Oxford.
Yes.
Starting in 2009?
2000. I think I made it to Oxford in 2011, sir. So I was in 2009. I was 2010 to 2011. I was doing I was in the county fighting the charges.
Okay.
Yes.
So you were convicted of a federal drug charge.
Yes.
And in your application, though, you say you have had no criminal convictions since my 2006 case. That wasn't true, was it?
No, sir. So when me and the lawyer went through the paperwork, because I had a lawyer do the paperwork, that was added inside of the paperwork because he said that it's two separate processes from the federal and also the state. So I was supposed to put in for you guys for my state, and then I was supposed to put in the parting for the government for my federal case. That's what I was told. So that's why what I said in 2013 when I was released from prison, that's when everything was starting for me.
And I think he does list it as a disclosure, Reverend Hancock. We just don't have the paperwork from it.
Okay.
But he disclosed in question 4, I guess.
All right. But you okay. All right.
Yeah, so that's why I didn't disclose it, because I thought it was only for my state cases compared to my federal cases, but I did put it inside of my application that I had a federal case.
Okay.
Other questions for Mr. Bond? Okay, Mr. Bond, I think that covers everything from us then. Appreciate your time, and I hope that you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you guys for the consideration.
Thank you. Next up, we have Daniel Wolfarth. Mr. Wolfarth.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Just want to thank you guys for taking the time to hear me out. As you know, I'm Daniel Wolfarth. I was charged with possession with intent to deliver THC. I was given 2 years of probation and 240 hours of community service. After completing that community service, I was able to get my probation dismissed after 1 year. And that was done because these charges were stemming from an incident in March 20th of 2009. And I wasn't charged until October of 2011. And by that point, I had already turned my life around. But it was a real eye-opener on March 20th of 2009. My world turned upside down. At the time, I didn't know what to do. I thought what was happening was terrible, but in hindsight, it was the best thing that ever could have happened to me. The people that I thought were my friends weren't at all. They had been exposed. And me thinking I was the lucky one because I knew them, I couldn't have been more wrong. I was just a kid, and I really had no idea. Since that eye-opening day, I've done a 180. I've put that life behind me. I was fortunate enough to meet my wife in May of 2010, and we joined the Trinity United Methodist Church that year. Our first child was born in August of 2011, and followed by our second in 2013. I found it especially difficult to find work with my conviction, and I worked for a lot of smaller companies, but finding reputable, bigger companies and builders to work for was difficult with that. So I started my own business, CJW Properties and Construction, in 2016. We'll be celebrating 10 years in business this June. I was fortunate enough to be able to also build my family a home on 15 acres that my wife and I purchased in Eagle Point in 2002. I helped captain pontoons for the Fishing Has No Boundaries charters and helped coach my daughter's softball team. I'm really hoping to receive this pardon so that I can help at my kids' schools and finally get to go on some of those field trips with them. I'd also like to be able to go hunting with my dad again and share that with my children. I also believe that it could help me with my business and growing that by being able to get larger commercial projects, by being bonded, and also the opportunity at some government contracts. Again, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Walford. Cindy.
Good morning, sir. Two questions. So first of all, you kind of skimmed over your actual crime. Can you describe, large quantities of THC, methadone, a stun gun? What were you doing? What was
I
your
was
criminal?
selling marijuana. The quantities are a lot larger on there than in the actuality of what was going on. My home was kind of like a hub from where other people would come to get the stuff from the one mutual friend that we had, or acquaintance, I should say. And that's why the quantities ended up being so much. The one individual was arrested, and then all of the marijuana that he had picked up from my house, I believe it was about 45 pounds, I was then charged with as well because it, came to my home.
So what was misleading about that?
Because I didn't like, I didn't make anything or gain from any kind of sale of that. Like I did
facilitated it, though.
Excuse me?
You facilitated it moving from
I
one
did.
person to another.
I did.
Anything else you want to say about the crime?
It was the biggest mistake of my life. I've regretted it ever since then.
Okay, my second question,
Sure.
and you may have heard me ask other people this, but
I don't have any letters of recommendation. You're right.
why
This is a
not?
mess that I got myself into, and I thought it was something I needed to get myself out of by myself. I was embarrassed to ask other people for help. It's still something I'm embarrassed about because, like, I'll have people that now look up to me and respect me ask if I want to go and do something, and I can't go and do it because I'm a felon and I can't be involved or, even go to the hunting cabin anymore because the gun's there. And
I'll just say that it's, very helpful for the board.
I understand that. And I didn't realize that when I was processing the application at the time. But I think in the future, if this doesn't go the way I'd like, I will definitely be reaching out to some of those people and humbling myself again to ask for their help to take care of a problem that I created.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Any other questions from the board? All right, thank you, Mr. Wolfarth. Appreciate your time, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you. Next up, we have Kieran Wallace. Mr. Wallace.
Hello.
Good morning. We're able to hear you. We can't see you on video quite yet. There we go.
Good morning. Ready for me to start?
Go right ahead. Yep.
Good morning. My name is Kyron Wallace, and I appreciate this opportunity to speak before this Pardon Advisory Board, and I've prepared a statement regarding my felony conviction that I'd like to read. On January 25th of 2007, I was arrested for delivery of illegal articles to an inmate. During my interrogation, I fully cooperated with the detectives during the process. And at the time of the crime, I had been working as a correctional officer for approximately a year and a half. The illegal articles in question was a pack of cigarettes. The inmate was not my friend, but I was willing to felicitate an illegal request for cigarettes, knowing it was wrong to do. I truly was naive, and I was truly a naive 24-year-old who acted in a way unbecoming of a correctional officer who had dreams of a career in law enforcement. For that, I am truly sorry, and I take full responsibility for my actions. On February 5th, I pleaded guilty to the felony charge, and the court passed judgment on February 13th with 18 months of probation. Effective August 14th of 2008, all of the conditions were met with my probation, and I had no further incidents while I was on probation, and my probation was discharged. Having lived as a productive law-abiding citizen since that time, I'm requesting a full pardon. I am no longer that naive 24-year-old. I have taken responsibility and took charge of my life in order to move forward. Having a felony on my record made me have to rely on others for rental applications, assistance, and shared living situations. I've held 2 consecutive jobs to stay afloat, while I have successfully done for most of the past 2 decades. In 2020, it's been a long road to arrive at this point, but I could not have done it without the love and support of my family and friends, which has helped me get through the last 20 years. I feel that having this felony on my record is not an accurate representation of who I really am today or who I want to be. Receiving this pardon would make me feel restored as a full-fledged citizen. This pardon would reestablish my self-confidence and open new career growth opportunities and grant me possibilities of traveling international for leisure with family or friends. Lastly, it would make my family, especially my younger brother and sister who look up to me, very proud, which is why I would like to accomplish this the most. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have for me, but I humbly ask for your support and a recommendation of a full pardon from the governor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. Board members, any questions? Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Wallace, the judge and district attorney in Milwaukee County who reviewed your application for a pardon support your receiving a pardon. Now, it'll be up to Governor Evers to make the final decision, but how does that support make you feel?
Honestly, I got it a couple of days ago, and I was speechless, I guess. Was happy to receive it. Felt like a second chance, and I'm thankful for it.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, thank you, Mr. Wallace. Appreciate your time, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you. You guys as well.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Marquise Jackson. Mr. Jackson, we're ready to hear from you, but I will note that Judge Kremers is recusing himself from your application, so you'll see him go off camera and he won't participate in questioning. But the rest of us are ready to hear from you.
Good morning, panel. September 8th, 2004, I knowingly possessed marijuana, drove with a suspended license. And for that, I received no, my license was suspended for the marijuana possession. I've received 90 days house correction time, as well as 8 hours of community service. The following year, 2005, I knowingly possessed a firearm while being a felon. It was a traffic stop. Really much, not much I could say. I mean, it was not smart. It was actually quite idiotic, knowing that you're a felon, you should not have possessed a firearm. So it was a huge mistake on my behalf. And ironically, Judge Kramer's presided over that case. And one of the things he told me was like that stands out the most was he went against the DA's sentencing recommendation. So that was really nice. And he also said, "Hey, I have to send you to prison because we don't wanna." Oh, how did he say it? He said we want the community to feel safe. We don't want to set a bad example. So I have to send you to prison. But the thing is, I'm not gonna send you for what the DA recommended. You will get out and hopefully turn your life around and do something with yourself. So that stuck with me the most. Um, I would like to pardon because I feel as though I demonstrated lasting change. My life is in a completely different direction. I have a career, so marijuana is a no-go. I own a trucking business. I drive 18 wheelers. I actually haul fuel, race car fuel, diesel fuel, regular fuel. I purchased a house. Um, yeah, I've been really just trying to elevate myself the best way I know how, and that's pretty much it.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Looks like Cindy has a question for you.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson. You obviously you have a right to a jury trial, and you took the second offense to a jury trial. And now today you tell us, you accept full response. I'm just curious, when did you begin to accept responsibility for that second offense of being a felon in possession of a weapon?
The felony possession.
Yeah, because initially you said not guilty and you went to a jury trial, which is your right. Today you're saying, I did it. I'm responsible. What was that journey of how and when did you begin to accept responsibility for that crime?
Just being young and just not wanting to take accountability, wanting to blame somebody else. That's one of the toughest things is taking accountability. Like, you put yourself in this position, not the arresting officers, not the officer that pulled me over. So initially, that's what it was, just being stubborn. Oh, it's their fault. They shouldn't have. That sort of thing. And as time progressed, you start to realize, like, no. When you're looking in that mirror, when you're laying in that bed, you're like, no, this was you. Accept it. So.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
You had a misdemeanor battery charge that was dismissed in 2023. What was that about?
Oh yeah, I had came home from work and my sister and my daughter were fighting. So I come home from work, I try to break it up, and sometimes when you're breaking up a fight, you kind of got to get physical with a person. And as the police approached, they saw me grab my sister in a manner that they didn't like, and it seemed as though that I'm the aggressor or that I was beating her up, and that's just something I wouldn't do.
And that got dismissed when it got straightened out.
Excuse me?
the charge was eventually dismissed.
Yes.
Yeah. And then in 2020, there was a drug arrest in Arizona.
Yes, it was a traffic stop. I gave the officers consent to search the vehicle, and in the process of the vehicle, they found drugs. It was a rental car, so they like took like almost dismembered the car and found drugs. And I ultimately went to trial and was granted a Rule 20 motion and was acquitted.
Okay. Thank you.
Well,
Any other questions from the board? All right, thank you, Mr. Jackson. Appreciate your time. Hope you enjoy the rest of your Friday.
all right, you too. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Sean Newton. Mr. Newton?
Can you hear me and see me?
We can, thank you.
Sorry, I had to do this in my truck. I'm working today. I was arrested in the fall of 1990 for burglary and other charges that were read in. I was sentenced to 2 years, 9 months in prison. I was released after 17 months to work on a farm with a bracelet. I finished my 7 years of parole. I think it was 7 years. I'm not positive on that. I've been driving truck my whole life. I've had some trouble with the law when I was fighting for visitation with my kids in the early 2000s. That's the only trouble I've been in since my felony conviction in 1991. I was just fighting to keep the children in my life. Recently, I've been working on getting back into my two oldest kids' lives to have a relationship with my two young grandsons. When I was a kid, I was a horrible son, and now I have a great relationship with my dad who raised me. I'm now 55, and I now own my own business, semi-truck and trailer. I've been buying and selling properties, which one of the homes was a 1918 schoolhouse in Harmony, Wisconsin, which is on the Historical Society, reference number 22640. It has a number. I restored it back to its original condition so it could last another 100 years. This is my fifth house, and I paid for most of it in cash. I designed and built it myself this past year. I moved in a few weeks ago, and I'm very proud of my accomplishment. My brother died in 1986, and my relationship with my dad was horrible. I worked to rebuild that relationship, and I'm very close with him and his wife. I'm his only living son, and he does love hunting, and so does my oldest son. I would like to be able to go duck hunting and deer hunting with them, as my dad is getting older, and I would like to spend time with my son. I lost my youngest son this past summer, and I would like to spend as much time with my oldest son as I can. They both enjoy hunting, and so do I. I also own a home in the woods and would like to be able to hunt it. My dad has some of my grandfather's guns and brother's guns, and I would like to keep them in the family and pass them to my son someday. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Newton. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Curious where you are right now.
I am north of Milwaukee at
Oh,
before sitting on a ramp. I'm sorry.
all right. Well, hope you're safe. Okay. I have a couple of questions. So you have quite a few either battery or domestic abuse related violations. Going back to 1996, you have a misdemeanor battery. 2005, a misdemeanor disorderly conduct, which was domestic related. 2008, domestic abuse restraining order filed against you. 2011, a misdemeanor violating a domestic abuse injunction. And in your application, you say that these restraining orders and issues were used to keep you from being a father. So I don't understand that. Can you explain what was going on? What were the behaviors? What you were found guilty of some crimes? What were you doing, and how did I understand divorces and custodies can be messy sometimes, but they don't have to be criminal. And I don't know what you mean when you say used to keep me from being a father.
Well, my two youngest kids Stefan and Megan, I fought for 3 years before to get my visitation rights, and I was always turned down. And I lost, and I lost, and I lost, and I never got to see my kids. And then I eventually lost my rights to them, period. And she had a good lawyer, and I couldn't keep my mouth shut. So I never could get a good lawyer. And during that time, I had my youngest son, and I was trying, when he was about 8, she started turning him against me. He was just coming over every other weekend, and she started turning him against me. And how was it? We were fighting about it. And so let's see we were living together at the time. I'm sorry, I went too far ahead. We were living together at the time. That would have been 2009. And then in 2011, or maybe 2007, because it was just at the end of the 5 years, I had stopped at her house, and I got off my motorcycle in the driveway, and they came out yelling and screaming at me. And I turned around and left. And the next day I realized that I still had like 6 months left on that restraining order, that
Okay.
I completely forgot about it. I just stopped there to see him because it was like over a year or two that I haven't seen him. And
So that was the violating the injunction?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
And I think you asked other people questions about not having any references. I just noticed that this weekend. I overlooked that completely.
Okay. Thank you for addressing that.
You're welcome.
Other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Mr. Newton. I appreciate your time, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you very much. You too.
All right, next up we have David Alston. Mr. Alston?
Can you see me?
We can, your camera's working, but you're very dark. If we could get a little bit more light, that's a little better.
Okay, can you see me now?
Yeah, that's better. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, I want to say thank you for this opportunity, and all glory to God for this opportunity this morning. I was convicted of a crime in 1995 for party to a crime, armed robbery. I was 19 years old, young, pretty much just finding out life. I was raised by my mom, single parent. She pretty much told us the right from wrong. So I knew right from wrong, just hanging around the wrong crowd and not too much listening as a young lad, just getting older and kind of just feeling myself as she would say. So I learned from my mistake there, hanging with the wrong crowd. I was there, didn't participate, but knowing what was going on, I should have said something. So when the crime happened, I never told the authority or admitted it. So just pretty much put the wrong place at the wrong time. Around older group, try to fit in and have this this young guy just trying to fit in with society and older guys to be accepted. So after that, though, I did. I think I was incarcerated for like 2 or 3 months in jail, waiting for my mom to come up with the lawyer money and me bailing out. After I bailed out, I did get a job at Capitol Court, was no longer around. Marion Plus and everything's $1. So I did. When I went back to court, I was pretty much already working and just showing the judge that I'm trying to change my life around. Pretty much after that, life began for me. Life began for me because I started having kids, and after that, I knew I had to take life more seriously and show them don't go down the path I went down. I was raised in church. I knew right from wrong, and I just chose to hang around a group of people at that time that I thought was my friends, or no longer my friends anymore to this day. So, and my mom always told us, I didn't understand it then, but I understand it now as I'm a grown man at 49. You change your mentality, you can change your reality. So that's what I did. I started going into the work field, doing warehouse jobs, doing warehouse jobs and then things like that. Putting myself into programs like pilot programs with the construction after the warehouse jobs. Try to. Oh shucks. You guys see me? Okay. Just trying to get myself better back in life, like applicable back in life. After that, I did that for a while, and then I ventured off into trying to become an entrepreneur. I liked the thing with I got involved with this cleaning service called Janet King, where I could become an entrepreneur on my own and build something for my kids and myself, and to have something to lean back on as far as being an entrepreneur. That worked out for a while, and then after that, I pretty much started looking for employment because that was kind of a struggle just doing it. Then I left it alone, and then found out on my own. Did some homework on my own to how I can run it myself and become operate as a business owner. I got with my fiance in 2000, and she pretty much kind of helped me grow into the man I am today with the help of God as well. So, I did a lot of things that kept me away from that kept me going, that put me in the right position I am today. I'm currently a city worker for Milwaukee Water Works. I'm a meter tech, currently looking for a supervisor role. I'm actually 2 years in, but the supervisor role will help me continue my success as I'm doing now. I would like the pardon due to the fact, if as I advance in the company, I would like those things, not look down on me like, oh, this guy did this back then, and it wouldn't hurt me from pursuing my career. And no, my son, my kids, actually, they look up to me as like, oh, well, Dad, you did, I tell them what the mistake I made. I hide nothing from them because I'm not ashamed of it. I'm actually telling them, hey, you guys, your dad, I'm not perfect, so I don't want them to look at me as a perfect guy. I made mistakes when I was younger, but that don't mean you have to go on the same route. So I try to tell them, hey, you can change in life, and I'm showing them. That's not telling them, but I'm showing them that you can change. And if you guys give me an opportunity to get that stain off my name, and pretty much just move forward in life. That was a bad moment of my life, and I was like, once again, I was young. I was over 30 years ago. I do accept full responsibility because I knew right from wrong, but just being a young guy growing up, not too much having a father figure around, and just wanted to find our life on his own. So, and right now, like I said, I'm currently working with the Milwaukee City Water Works, and me and my fiance have a little cleaning service that we do have going on, and trying to show the kids the right way of going through life, and as well as my grandkids. I do have 2 grandkids as well. So with that, I would like to ask you guys to consider me being pardoned.
Thank you, Mr. Austin. Opening it up to questions from the board members. Cindy.
Yeah. Good morning, Mr. Austin. So in your application and in your presentation today, you don't really talk about the impact on the victim. So here's let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
Here's a gentleman out delivering pizza, and the next thing has a gun pointed at him, and he's robbed. And can you talk about, now that you're working and you have kids and grandkids, the impact on the victim that your crime had?
You're right. I apologize for not, there's so much, I know we have limited time, so I apologize not for mentioning that, but I did pray, I know you guys don't know, but I pray that guy was okay, and, that he can emotionally move on from what happened, because like you said, he has a family to go home to, and I have a family and grandkids, so I do understand. It took a big impact. So I prayed. I talked to God. I'm real close. I'm real close with God. I speak to Him almost every night. And I pray. That He has forgiven me for that, and for him to feel, I will hope, and I asked in court for that guy to forgive me for even being involved in something like that. So I do apologize for that, and I prayed upon that with God to remove that moment from my life, and then maybe he can go on with his life,
Okay.
without any scars. So I appreciate for you, telling me that too as well. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Oh, could I mention one last, I'm sorry, one last thing. I did get a recommendation from the DA to support this pardon today. So just so that you guys know.
We do have it, Mr. Hoffman. I believe that's what Reverend Hancock was about to ask you about.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No.
I'm sorry.
Any other questions, Jerry, from you or the rest of the board? Okay, that covers it then, Mr. Alston. Appreciate it. I hope you enjoy your weekend.
You too as well. Go Pack, go.
All right, we've got Margot Perkins next. Miss Perkins? Miss Perkins.
Can you hear me?
Oh, there we go. There we are.
Okay, you can see me?
Yes.
Hello. Okay. Hello, and thank you for your time today. My name is Margot Perkins, and in 2005, I was convicted of a felony for battery to law enforcement. I was leaving a concert at a nightclub with my boyfriend at the time, who kind of got a little jealous that another guy was trying to hit on me. And then those two started to get into a confrontation. I had officers saying, hey, get him, meaning get my boyfriend, so that I can get him to the car. And the situation escalated. It escalated to a point that other officers became involved. And so I had some officers saying, get him to the car. And I had other officers kind of saying, get away from the situation. So in the midst of this chaos, I had been basically restrained by officers, and I turned and bit an officer. It was the worst thing that I could have ever done in my life. I'm very remorseful. I think I hit one of those fight or flight situations and didn't even understand the impact that this would be, and the impact that it could be for him and other officers involved as well. So I'll offer full apologies to everyone involved. I take full responsibility. I completed my sentence. My sentence was 3 years probation. I got released from that sentence early. I was sentenced to AODA as well as anger management. Both of those providers kind of felt like, hey, unfortunate situation, potentially wrong place at wrong time, totally out of my character. So I got released early. After I got released, I did apply for a rehabilitation review that was granted immediately. Excuse me, grandfather clock. I have since obtained my bachelor's in human services, my master's in community counseling. I currently work side by side with law enforcement, so I understand their role and their duty to protect. I have since, I guess, went for one of my goals, which was to own an adult family home. So I have completed that, as well as a small family restaurant with me and my husband. Married, 4 children, not with the same child's father. And I'm really looking to seek my pardon so that I could continue on with the work that I would like to do for the public. I would like to obtain my license as a professional counselor. Currently, it's a little hold up because they have you go through a process where when you check that you have a conviction, it has to go through like a review. So that has been a potential or a hold up. I would like to sit on the school board, which I haven't applied, but I know that I will have to do a background check, and that could potentially get in the way of this. I would like to also volunteer, which you have to kind of disclose everything for volunteering for the kids' school. I would like to pursue more business opportunities, financial opportunities, and it's a holdup here. So
Thank
I
you, Ms.
ask
Perkins.
you guys to pardon me, please.
Okay, great. Let's open it up. Cindy, looks like you have a question.
Good morning, Ms. Perkins. So you appeared before the board in July 2022.
Yes.
And at that time, you had a very different presentation. You stated that you were the victim, that you acted in self-defense, you had a bad lawyer, the charges were unnecessary, et cetera, et cetera.
Mhm.
Today you come and you say, I accept full responsibility. So can you talk about what that means to you to be here today and say you accept full responsibility and how this transformation occurred over the last few years?
Yeah. So when I look back at things, I look back at, this isn't about this is about what happened, but it was more of me thinking about and still going through like some of the trauma that I had behind that. I'm done with that. So when I look at the situation as a whole, regardless of and piece through it a little bit, regardless of what happened, the fact of the matter is that I've been an officer and I work with officers daily. So I see this behavior and it's like, I understand that why this all went down like that. And it's no longer me and what I did and how I was unfortunate to have an attorney or whatever the case may be. And it's more at, this is the fact is it happened. I did it. I served the time and I am very remorseful that I did this, especially watching this day in and day out of how people respond to law enforcement doing their job.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Other questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
Ms. Perkins, the DA's office reviewed your application for a pardon, and they support your getting a pardon. Now it'll be up to Governor Evers to make the final decision. But how does that support make you feel?
Oh my God, let me tell you, I could be in tears right now. I've been going through this for 20 years. So it makes me feel joyful. I mean, it's so much that this has had like so much weight on me to pursue things that I've been wanting to because I'm afraid of denial. I have so much potential, but this has just held me back and I'm just like I'm full of joy. Thank you.
Good.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Other questions from the board for Ms. Perkins? Okay, Ms.
Thank you.
Perkins, I think that covers everything from us then. Appreciate
Thank
your
you.
time and I hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Next up, we have Mark Fisher. Mr. Fisher.
Well, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Mark Fisher. In 2009, I was convicted of threats to injure, accused of crime, and part to do a crime. I was sentenced to 1 year in county jail and 3 years probation. I have finished all of that. Since my release, I have had many jobs, mostly in manufacturing and warehouse. About 3 years ago, I had the opportunity to get my CDL through an employer. I passed my test and became a delivery truck driver since then. I have purchased a home. I have been married for 6 years. I have 3 beautiful children, ages 12, 2.5, and 3 months. I have been coaching youth football for the past 3 years, and I also coached 1 year of flag football for my son's flag football program. I would like a pardon to be able to move up in my career, be able to travel outside of the US. My son has dual citizenship with Germany, and I'd love to be able to take him there one day. I would like to be able to chaperone school events with my children. I would like to move up to the next level in my coaching career. I grew up in a hunting household where we go deer hunting and bear hunting. This past year, I missed my oldest son's first deer, and this year he has the opportunity to hunt bear. I would like to be able to teach my children gun safety and take them hunting. Finally, to show my friends and family that I am more than the mistakes I've made, I have grown as a person and as a father, and to remove that asterisk from my name.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Questions from the board? Judge Garbs.
There we go. Good morning, sir. My only question, well, two questions, I guess. It looks like in 2025, you had a money judgment against you for $65,000.
That's not me.
That's not you? From
No.
Wood County?
No, I don't even know
Okay.
what Wood County is.
All right. And then also, looks like in 2011, you were convicted of disorderly conduct, domestic violence related as a repeater. Is that you?
Yes.
What was that about?
In 2011, my now ex-girlfriend was driving me and her 2-year-old son back to where we were living from shopping. She was on her phone texting, and I was trying to tell her to put her phone down because it was not safe and illegal. She refused. I tried to take her phone from her. She reached over, hit me. She stopped the vehicle, and I got out to try to get away from the situation. There was a driver behind us that had called the police because he saw something going on in our vehicle. When the police came, my ex told the police that she hit me in the vehicle, but because I was on probation, they took me. I was sent to Winnebago Health for, I believe it was 3 months. Since then, I've had no other issues with the law.
But you were charged as a repeater, which would suggest you had previous convictions.
Probably just a felony.
Oh,
Original
okay.
felony, I'm assuming.
It could be related to that. All right, thanks.
Any other questions? Eric?
So kind of related to that, in your application, you mentioned that you completed anger management and parenting classes. Could you tell us what you learned from that programming?
The parenting classes, it was more or less how to co-parent with the other party. Did not end on the best of terms. It still, to this day, isn't on the best of terms. Trying to stay calm, trying to not aggravate the other person, not using the child as a weapon, those sorts of things. It was a long time ago. This was probably 12 years ago when I had to do this. But I've used a lot of those tools that they gave me, and I think it's helped me at least. But trying to co-parent, it's still rough, but I try to do my best and try not to make her angry about anything, just trying to be civil about things. The anger management, when I completed it, they didn't know why it was there to begin with. I did that on I think I did that on my own, just because they suggested that I maybe should do it. So I went ahead and did it on my own just to prove, hey, I did this, took a class, and I'm trying to be better.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, thank you, Mr. Fisher. I think that covers it then. Appreciate your time and hope you enjoy your weekend.
You too.
Our last applicant of the morning session is Todd Polinsky. Mr. Polinsky? Mr. Polinsky, we cannot hear you. I think you're still muted.
Can you hear me now?
There we go. Yes.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm going to start this out by being totally transparent and trying to be as quick as possible. I am a convicted felon of selling distribution of small amounts of narcotics, drugs in the offense. I later on in life tried to start a construction company and started a family in a home. My family was surrounded by illegal Mexicans, which now out here in the company or in common world, they're known as cartels. However, I learned that they were all family members. Now, during my construction company, in my marriage, my wife preferred, she liked drugs more than our marriage, and she liked to have infidelities, but besides that. In part of this, with the felony in possession of a firearm, my friend and I, Chris, were up in Hurley, Wisconsin. We were at the Silver Dollar Saloon on Friday night. We ran into some trouble with some locals up there. The following night, Saturday, he decided to carry his gun into I want to use the correct terminology, the strip joint, and he attracted the attentions of the manager, of the girlfriend of the manager, and during this time he wanted to get lap dances, so he asked me to take his gun out to the truck. We went to the bathroom, and during the exchange, somebody came in and saw me taking the gun from him. Chris went back out to the main floor. I finished going to the bathroom and washing my hands, and by the time I got out to the main floor, I didn't even get 20 feet to the front door, and the police were there. I gave up without incident. Both of my the drug offenses and this felony were all non-violent offenses. And during this time, now after that, I'm going to step back a little bit. My family members were all involved with illegal Mexican men who were drug dealers. They were pressuring me to try to hire their cousins through my construction company. They wanted me to get involved with the cocaine, and it was too much. I was already in enough trouble the way it is, and I didn't want to jeopardize my life any further. I went to the police and I turned them in. I made deals with the Jefferson County Drug Task Force, the DEA, and the FBI, and the favorable condition was that they somehow made my felonies disappear on CCAP. However, the one that I'm here today for about the conviction with the felon in possession of the firearm is what's really been a hindrance on my life. It shows up. I am now on Social Security disability and at the point of working with DVR to try to find something other to do with my life now that I'm used up in the metal fabrication industry. I have recently, in the past year and a half, have also found other drug dealers that I went to Dodge County and I worked undercover for them to try to, and I succeeded in getting an arrest in that. My life is, I made my mistakes. I can't baffle you or dazzle you with BS and try to say that I didn't. But now that I'm 56 years old, I'm disabled, and to try to find a place to live and on being on disability has been a real challenge to try to change my career. My felonies have been held against me, and it's limiting my abilities. I'm really hoping that, because what got me motivated was that Governor Evers had the compassion to forgive a former classmate of mine of murdering Amanda Westfall with a hammer and sexually assaulting her corpse. I feel that me wanting to actually work in law enforcement in a more official capacity with a pardon could help this. And I can't, with DVR services, I'm trying to pick out what kind of schooling and education I can to better my life. I would like to go back into medicine or law enforcement, but with felonies, they don't accept you. I don't have much really to say about it, but to be transparent, you know what I did. Everything's on paper. All I can say is I'm a changed man from being a 17 to 25-year-old person that is not there anymore. I'm an old man now, and I wish I could go back and tell my old self on what I did and how to straighten it out, but I didn't make those right choices. And now I have to live with what I did, and I'm at your mercy, and hopefully you can have considerations for me.
Thank you, Mr. Polinsky. Questions from the board? Okay, I don't believe we have any questions. Oh, Cindy?
I'm sorry. Yeah. Mr. Polinsky, you've heard me ask other applicants this, but you didn't submit any letters of support for your application for the board to review. Can you tell us why not?
I didn't know, well, from my understanding with working with Dodge County Drug Task Force this last year, that they made a call to the governor's office and said they submitted a recommendation on my behalf. Feel free to contact Under Sheriff Tyler Nails to confirm what I just said. Other than that, these offenses were way long time ago, over 30 years ago, Judge or ma'am, forgive me. So I'm pretty much on my own. Again, I'm being transparent and laying it all out the way it really is.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Mr. Polinsky. I think that covers everything from us then. Appreciate your time and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you very much for your time and considerations.
Thank you. I'll do one more call for Tara DeBauer from earlier this morning. I do not believe we got Ms. DeBauer. Okay. Well, in that case, that was our last applicant of the morning session then. So at this point, I will entertain a motion to move into closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statute section 19.85 sub 1 sub A, D, and F for purposes of deliberations concerning specific cases concerning financial, medical, social, and personal histories of specific persons. Do I have a motion? Judge Kremers, do I have a second? Anthony, all in favor, aye. Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries, and board members will ask you to just give us a moment to move into closed session and stop our live feed. Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon. If you're just joining us from the Zoom waiting room, we're going to give everyone a minute to get in and connected to audio, get our live stream going, and we will start in just a moment. Okay, I think we have everyone in and our live stream is working. So good afternoon, my name is Mel Barnes. I'm Chief Legal Counsel to Governor Evers and the chair of his Pardon Advisory Board. I'm going to introduce my fellow board members, go through a couple of housekeeping items about how this afternoon's hearing will work, and then we'll get started hearing from all of you. So with me today in the Zoom, we have board member Eric Liberator, who teaches paralegal students from around the world in the University of Cincinnati's online program. He previously served as a supervising attorney at Disability Rights Wisconsin, focused on public benefits eligibility and in the governor's office. We have board member Cindy O'Donnell, who served as the deputy secretary for the Department of Corrections under Governors Thompson, McCallum, and Doyle. She also served as division administrator under Attorneys General Lautenschlager and Van Hollen. We have board member Reverend Jerry Hancock, who is the director of the Prison Ministry Project. He previously served as a public defender, a deputy district attorney, and as administrator for the Department of Justice's Division of Law Enforcement Services. And we have board member Nadia Perez-Reyes, who is the deputy secretary for the Department of Children and Families. She previously served as a state public defender and as an attorney for Legal Action of Wisconsin. And we have board member Judge Jeffrey Kremers, who is AG Hall's appointee to this board. He served as a Milwaukee County Circuit Court judge for 26 years, including serving as chief judge for 7 of those years before retiring in 2018. We have 2 other board members who should be joining us shortly, so I'll just go ahead and introduce them, and you may see them pop up in the Zoom. First is Anthony Cooper, who is the CEO of Focused Interruption, an organization dedicated to interrupting the devastating cycle of gun violence with the help of the community. He received a pardon from Governor Evers in January 2021. And board member Officer Jennifer Lewis, who is an officer with the Madison Police Department and holds a master's degree in social work, a degree in counseling, and previously worked on frontline response for the Rape Crisis Center here in Wisconsin. I will go through just a couple of housekeeping items about how the hearing will work before we dive in. So first, please keep in mind that today's hearing is being live streamed. For that reason, we'll ask you to keep your camera off and yourself muted until it is your turn to be heard by the board so that we can focus on the person who is presenting and make sure we can hear them without any feedback. If you do run into any IT issues with the Zoom, don't worry, someone from staff will reach out to you and help you try to troubleshoot that. If it means we need to come back to you because Zoom isn't cooperating, we will certainly do that. Otherwise, we are going to call folks up in the order listed in the agenda and open meetings notice, and each applicant will have about 5 minutes total with the board. We're going to ask you to spend the first 3 of those minutes speaking to the questions that we sent you in advance of today's hearing. As a reminder, those are to first, please give us a brief summary of the offense you're seeking a pardon for and how your sentence went. We're not here to retry the crime. You don't need to minimize your involvement, but we do want to hear from you in your own words what happened. Second, to give us a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence, community involvement, employment, essentially where you're at now and how your life is different than the time of your offense. And third and finally, a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one. Once you've spent about 3 minutes speaking to those questions, we'll open it up to any follow-up questions the board may have for you. Don't read too much into it either way if we do or do not have questions. As you know, the application is quite thorough. We've spent a lot of time with your materials before today's hearing. But if we do have questions, we want to make sure we get to those so we can make the appropriate recommendation to the governor. Once you're done with any of those follow-up questions that we have for you, you're welcome to sign off. You do not need to stay in the Zoom hearing. And once everyone has been heard this afternoon, the board will meet in closed session to decide whether or not to recommend your application to Governor Evers. You need a majority support of board members present in order for your application to be forwarded to the governor, who will then make the final decision about whether to grant you a pardon. Either way, you'll hear about the outcome of today's hearing in about a month to 2 months from today. We know you've been really patient just to get to hearing day, so we thank you for giving us that additional time so that we can make a thorough recommendation to the governor. So with that, we'll go ahead and get started with our afternoon session. First up this afternoon is Manuel Goana. Manuel?
Yes.
Welcome. We'll turn it over to you. Oh, and I'm
Okay.
sorry, no, Judge Cremers is recused from your application, so he will go dark and not participate in questioning. But the rest of us
Okay.
are ready to hear from you.
All right. So you want me to start now?
Yes, please.
Okay. My name is Manuel Gana Jr. I was convicted of robbery, party to a crime in 2002. And for that crime, I was sentenced to 2 years initial confinement and 3 years of extended supervision. Then got out and again made another choice in 2005. I was convicted of possession with intent to deliver, and for that I was sentenced 5 years for confinement and 3 years extended supervision. I had completed my sentence with no incidents whatsoever. I'm sorry, I'm nervous, but I want you guys to know that for those crimes, I do feel terrible, and I wish I would go back, but that's not possible, and I feel bad for the victims. Um, I have changed my life for the better. So, like upon my release, I got married, had 4 beautiful children. I got my CDL, commercial driver's license, and worked for a while till I started to buy my own truck. Then I started a trucking business, which is pretty much successful right now. And I also help people open up their trucking companies too. In 2019, me and this guy, we started a youth football team, and through that, I have given back to the community. Being a mentor to kids troubled kids or kids that are from the urban area too. So I have given back. I became a coach and a mentor, as I said, and I saved many kids' lives and love to continue to do so. But I do have certain things that stop me from going beyond that. Is my felonies, of course. When I try to be a coach, when I try to be a mentor, when I try to open other businesses, it becomes a barrier then. So that's the main reason why I'm requesting for a pardon. It just prevents me from moving on further, and I want to do other things like open up a group home for troubled kids and stuff like that. And I can't do it on my own. I try to apply, and of course my felonies get in the way of that. And I have been a law-abiding citizen since then. So just trying to move forward with my life, and I feel like this is like they're holding me back even from trucking contracts just because of my felonies, and I don't know what else to do at this point. I just know that I've been good to community, giving back, and had a nonprofit organization and helping kids, youth football team, and I'm also want to be a coach in my son's high school team, and I cannot do that because of my felony. So that's why I'm asking too for that.
Thank you, Mr. Gowna. I'll open up to other questions from the board. Board members? I have just one for you, which is, it looks like, and you disclosed in your application, you have a 2015 misdemeanor battery charge that was domestic abuse related. Can you tell us a little bit about what happened there?
Yeah, so I was and this is my relationship with my kids' mom. We have a great relationship now, but back then we just went through a breakup. So I was not being the good guy, I was, cheating and stuff, and I didn't want to be with her anymore. And she just she used that against me, and I was picking up my kids. I have 2 kids with her, so I was picking up my kids, and she tried to snatch my kids out of my hand, and I kind of just like, hold on, don't do that. Kind of smacked her hand down and told her, don't try to attack me while I got my kids with me. Try to snatch my kids out of my arm. So it was more like that relationship that we had. It was terrible. It got terrible at that time. So I had to go to court and stuff. As you can see, how many times I went to court to try to get my kids, and she tried to keep my kids away from me. So that's what happened. And then the reason why I didn't fight it. This is the reason why. This is clear from the judge. The judge told me this. He took me back to his office, the judge, and said this. I forgot the judge's name. He gave me one option. He said, you either plead guilty to this and I give you your probation, or you will get found guilty and I give you some jail time. And me knowing that I gotta be there for my kids, I just took it and said, you know what? I'll take the year probation, not knowing that was gonna affect me even more than everything else has. So it was nothing violent, nothing like that. So
Okay, thank you for that answer. Reverend Hancock.
When you said you'd been a law-abiding citizen since your convictions, this misdemeanor battery case was in 2015.
right,
So that's not exactly accurate, right?
right. It was speaking technical terms, yes, but it's a relationship thing. It ain't like because let's be honest here, when it's a relationship thing and you guys have a bad breakup, sometimes things happen. And it was her word against mine, because of course I'm a convicted felon, and it ain't like now if you tell me you see anything besides that, me on the street fighting somebody else or getting caught with a handgun or selling drugs, you see is that. And that right there was just relationship. You haven't seen none after and none before that as far as when it comes to relationship. And that, like I said, the only reason I pleaded guilty is because he said he threatened me with jail time, and I took it, which I shouldn't have because I could have had to prove and beat it. But at that point, I was scared. I didn't want to leave my kids alone. So but yes,
Okay.
that's besides that, everything else you have, that's why you don't see nothing else but that. That was relationship, love and hate, love relationship. That was with my fiance at that time.
You also had a harassment restraining order in 2025,
Right.
just last year.
So again, I guess that's my kid's mom. Like I said, she gets mad and does stuff like that, and that's why the judge threw it out, because everything she was saying was a lie. So somebody could just get mad at you for a reason and go down there and put that on your name, and it never went through for those reasons.
Okay. Let me just be clear here. The harassment restraining order, which was granted last year, was with the same woman as the battery charge?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. That's all I
Yes.
wanted to know.
Yes.
Any other questions from the board? All right, thank you, Mr. Gona. I think that covers everything. I appreciate your time, and I hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have James O'Neill. Mr. O'Neill?
Can you hear me?
We can. We can't quite see you.
I'm getting right there. Hold on one moment.
There we go.
You know?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, and I just want to say thank you all for being here. In 2009, I was charged in Waukesha County with 1 count of misappropriation of identification information to obtain money, which is a Class H felony. I stole and I used a friend's credit card, and I pled guilty in 2010 and accepted full responsibility for those actions. At that time, I was struggling with substance abuse issues, and I was not in a healthy state of mind at all. I knew my actions were wrong, but I still made the decision to act, causing harm to those who trusted me. I fully acknowledge the seriousness of these actions and the impact that they had to others and my friends and their families. The court had imposed a withheld sentence and placed me on probation, which I ultimately extended through 2016. As a part of my sentence, I served 6 months of jail time during non-working hours. And I complied with strict conditions, including absolute sobriety, AODA treatment, random testing. I had to maintain full-time employment or go to school, but I was employed at the time. And I had a no contact order, which I complied with everything. I was ordered to complete community service and pay restitution and all court costs, which were all fully satisfied. I successfully completed probation. I complied with all the conditions. I incurred no new offenses, and my case has been closed for many years. Since completing my sentence, I made a deliberate decision. At the time, I didn't have any children at all. Had to start raising a family, but I made a deliberate decision to change my life in the way I thought. I sought treatment. I addressed my substance abuse issues, and I was committed to living a responsible and lawful life. I earned a bachelor's degree in science in 2012. Which marked an important turning point in my life, my commitment to education and self-improvement. I later returned to school, and I just earned an Associate of Applied Science in Information Systems Security Technology, and I just graduated in just December of this 2025. So along with that, multiple technical and cybersecurity certifications I also completed in 2025. I'm now a single father of two teenage boys that I'm raising by myself. I have full custody of them. Parenthood has fundamentally reshaped my priorities. I reached out to the victims after my case, and I apologized several times for my actions. And fully understanding that the harm that I caused. I faced significant adversities, including an accident that led to 13 surgeries and long-term health challenges. Despite all of this, I continue pursuing my education and my employment. I am currently unemployed since the accident I had in May of 2025. Just before then, I was employed with GE Healthcare and HP, working as a desktop support and repair technician. I'm also working with the Wisconsin Department of Workforce Development's vocational rehabilitation division due to my disability. I've also remained active in my community through volunteer services at Tudor Oaks Community Centers and Enrichment of Trade. I'm seeking this pardon because my conviction no longer represents or reflects who I am today. And I need to set an example for my two boys. I want my children to see that when someone makes a mistake, that they can take responsibility for it and follow the proper steps and commit to doing things the right way. For more than 15 years, I've lived responsibly, remained crime-free, fulfilled all court-ordered obligations, and I've rebuilt my life through education, employment, and service. A pardon would allow me to continue rebuilding my life with a clean slate and provide fully for my boys. Assume additional career opportunities which felonies are holding me back from, and demonstrate that accountability and growth and redemption that I humbly ask you guys for.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Good afternoon, Mr. O'Neill. It appears that you have quite a few unsatisfied judgments or delinquent tax warrants stemming from 2012 up to 2025. Can you talk about that?
So 2012 is when I was telling you about my surgeries I had. That's exactly when that had started happening, and I haven't worked in over 7 years. And so 2023 is when I got my first dollar, when I started at HP and GE, and that was the first time that I was able to file taxes of any sort. I've been on disability and raising my kids, and just been on disability for that time, recovering, having surgery after surgery after surgery.
So are the judgments medical bills or related to medical bills?
Yeah, they're medical bill related, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Judge Carmers?
Yeah, in 2003, you were originally charged with substantial battery, but ultimately convicted of disorderly conduct. And then 2006, another disorderly conduct. What were those two cases about?
So those two cases was another case of me being young and dumb. I was with friends, and I was out in, I believe, it's so long ago, 2006. I believe I was out in West Bend, in that area, and a fight broke out. They mistaken me for somebody else, and it wasn't me, but a fight, it ensued. It was other people that I was hanging out with that had conflict with the group of people that we were with, and it was just a big misunderstanding on my part, on my situation of me being at the wrong place at the wrong time. And but yeah, I can account that a fight did ensue.
All right, thank you.
Other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Mr. O'Neill. Appreciate your time, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you, you as well.
Next up, we have Kira Hawkins. Ms. Hawkins?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. The crimes I committed was identity theft and prostitution. Both of the crimes was similar. Me and a friend, we went to a bar and we met some guys. We was all drinking. My friend, she took the card and we went to the stores and bought a couple of things. I regret doing it. I really think about it all the time because, I work hard now and I see what people really work for, and with taking things from people is something I'll never, ever, ever want to do ever again. I fully take responsibility. That's why I am who I am now. I lost a child. My son got killed, and I'm still dealing with it because the killer is still out here. So just losing stuff is just something that I regret. So I really learned from my mistakes. Ever since my crime, I had a rocky up and down past. Nothing too major, but I continue to take care of my children. I'm a great mother. I'm a great daughter, a great person. I'm who people come to for advice, for help, for everything. I'm a office administrator assistant at a personal care agency that I've been there for going on 5 years. I got the job through my physician. She's been my doctor for over 15 years, me and my kids' doctor, and she gave me a chance to work for her, and I'm still working there. I've been taking care of my mom and my dad through my agency. I was taking care of two close friends that passed away this year. I went to Chicago to take care of him. He had a kidney transplant, so I had to stay down there with him, leave my kids for a month. While he had got his kidney transplant, they put us up in a hotel. I'm seeking a pardon because my life is very different from what it was 14 years from now. I continue to stay out the way. I know I had like a couple of little things that was going on with a girlfriend. But other than that, I continue to stay trouble-free. I regret what I did. I'm really the type of person now that really learned from my mistakes and would never want to be in jail again. It's something that's not for me at all. So I think I should get the pardon because I'm not that person that I was at all. And I submitted letters, and I do have a couple of good things that's going on for myself now. So I think I should be able to get the pardon.
Thank you, Ms. Hawkins. Before I open up for questions, I just want to clarify one thing. Your 2009 felony charge that theft of ID and money, that's a felony that's eligible for consideration by the board. It looks like you did send in a judicial opinion request for your 2010 misdemeanor as well. That one is not eligible for consideration by the board because it's a misdemeanor from a different date. So the board may have questions for you about that, just like asking about your life, but I just want to make sure that you know that the felony is.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
With that, board members, any questions for Ms. Hawkins? Reverend Hancock.
Ms. Hawkins, we always ask the court where you were convicted for their input on your application. And the judge in Sheboygan County who reviewed your application not only supports it, but wrote a very interesting comment. The court is in full support and commends Ms. Hawkins for all her rehabilitative efforts. How does that make you feel?
Oh my God. It makes me feel wonderful that they can see the difference. Cause I work hard for not myself, but my kids. And that's why I really regret what I did. And I can't blame a friend, but that's not me. That was not me then, and that's not me now. So it makes me feel so good. And thank you for reading it. I appreciate that.
Okay. And you understand the governor will make the final decision, but I wanted you to be aware of how supportive the judge was. Thank you.
Thank you. Was that Judge Stingler?
No, it's the judge who now has that job.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you.
Other questions from the board for Ms. Hawkins? Okay, I think that covers it, Ms. Hawkins. Appreciate your time today. And
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next up, we have Poya Harlison. Ms. Harlison? Ms. Harlison, it looks like you're in the Zoom and unmuted, but if you're speaking, we can't hear you.
Can you see me now?
There we go. Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, members of the Wisconsin Pardon Board. I'm happy to be here today. My name is Toya Harrelson. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to appear before you today. I'm grateful for your time and your consideration. I am here responsibly to request a pardon for my past convictions. I want to begin by taking full responsibility for my actions. I understand that the offenses on my record was wrong, and I don't minimize them or make excuses. I regret the choices I have made and the impact that it has had on my family, others involved, and the community. I have 3 offenses on my record. In October of 1993, I was convicted of 2 counts of child neglect, 1 count dismissed and read in. I was sentenced to 2 years probation with jail time imposed and stayed, in which I completed. They also gave me 60 days HOC imposed and stayed. And then the felony eviction on my record in January of 2004, I was convicted of 4 counts of forgery, uttering felony H, count 1, 3 years probation, prison stayed 18 months confinement with 18 months extended supervision. Count 2, 75 days jail with uber privileges consecutive to any other sentence. Count 3 and 4 dismissed and read in. And in May of 2005, I was convicted of failed cause child to attend school, 2 counts for 2 kids. The sentence was 18 months probation with 10 days jail condition time, 30 days jail imposed stay. I just want to talk a little bit about the biggie one, that forgery. I knew it was wrong, and I don't minimize my involvement in it. And what happened was that because my mother, I was raised in Chicago, Illinois. My mother was evangelist, and she raised me better than that, than to just go be cashing a check that I knew wasn't mine and I did not earn it. So I take full responsibility for that. But at the time, I was at my lowest in my life, and raising my kids, and didn't know, which way to go to try to get enough money to provide for them. And I knew that was absolutely the wrong thing to do. And I was kind of pressured a little bit at the same time, but I can't make excuse for, somebody pressuring me when I know that it was wrong for me to do it. And, and I did that. I went cashed the check, and, I went about 3 times. I think it was about 3 of them. And it was absolutely wrong. And at the time I was indulging in alcohol, and since my convictions, the judge had ordered me, part of the sentence was AODA treatment, and I successfully completed that. And I took accountability and for the decisions that I had made, and it changed the direction of my life. And for the child neglect part, I left my kids with my brother, and I went out with a friend. And when I came back, he had fell asleep. The kids went outside. The neighbors called the cops. They came. And when they came, he opened the door for them. After they woke up, he opened the door. They let him in. He let the officers in. And they took him to jail. And then when I came home, they placed my kids downstairs with the neighbor. And she gave them to me and with a slip for the police. And they told me to go to children's court. The next day, they locked me up. And they was only in a foster home for 3 months. I, turned it around and got on track and got them back. And for the one, let's see, I'm kind of nervous a little bit. I'm sorry. Okay. Despite my growth and rehabilitation, the criminal record continues to create barriers for me. But since my offenses, I focused on education and stability in service to others. In 2004, I returned to school and earned the HSCD. In 2008, I was able to reinstate my CDL. For many years, I drove as a school bus driver here in Milwaukee, and I'm still currently driving as a school bus driver in a position that requires reliability, responsibility for the safety of children on every school days. In 2013, I furthered my education by being recertified as a nursing assistant. I am proud of the progress that I have made and the life that I have built. I have remained law-abiding for many years and have worked in roles that serve the public and support families. These experiences reflect who I am today, not who I was at my lowest point.
Thank you, Ms. Harrelson. I'll open up to the board for questions. Board members? Reverend Hancock.
Ms. Carlson, can I ask you a little bit about your personal journey? You had your first kid when you were 15?
Yes.
And if I did the math right, you had 5 kids by the time you were 21 or 22?
Yeah, I had 5. Yeah, about 20. About gonna be 22 with 5 kids.
Okay. And how are those kids doing these days?
They doing pretty good. One of my sons worked for Walmart. One of them, he got his own transportation business. My baby son, he's disabled. They had tabbed my tubes while I was pregnant with him, the last one. So he kind of struggled his whole life. So I'm still responsible for him now. He's 32 years old today. And that's about it. They doing pretty good for themselves.
Good. And does your disabled son live with you?
Yes, he do.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions from the board? And Ms. Harrelson, I just wanted to clarify something you said. You were talking about your children going to foster care for 3 months before you got them back after one of your arrests. Is that the incident that you talked about earlier where you were charged with misdemeanor child neglect? Was that when children went in?
It's a misdemeanor.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. All right, then I think that covers all our questions. Appreciate your time, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Yep, you too, and thank you guys for having me. And I respectfully thank you guys for hearing my case.
Thank you. Okay, our next applicant is Donald Mankey Jr. Mr. Mankey. And I'll just note for everyone, we do have an additional board member, Officer Jennifer Lewis, in the Zoom. Officer Lewis, I introduced you with your background at the top. But Officer Lewis will be participating in questioning now as well. Mr. Mankey, do we have you with us in the Zoom? Okay, I don't see you. So in the meantime, we will go on to Shane Dillon.
Hello.
Hello.
All right, my name is Shane Dillon, and I have 3 flings that I'm going to read off of here, so bear with me, please. On August 31st, 2005, I was in Milwaukee driving my car with the music playing very loud. A police officer tried to pull me over for loud music, and I fled. It was just getting dark, and I didn't know the area. The road came to a 90-degree turn, and I ended up hitting a corner of a brick building and damaging my front driver's side tire. I was arrested for fleeing an officer. From that, I was sentenced to 90 days in jail with work release and 3 years probation. This included a state sentence of 18 months prison and 2 years extended supervision. With good behavior, I completed 66 of 90 days of work release and home electronic surveillance and was discharged from home electronic surveillance. After that, I was revoked from absconding from probation and sentenced to 18 months prison and 2 years extended supervision in October of 2007. On July 8th, 2007, I was in Howard, Wisconsin, parked at a gas station after it had closed. My wife, Molly, who was my girlfriend at the time, was in her car parked. I was inside her car talking to her when 2 officers pulled up. I gave the officer my license and told Molly I had a warrant and I had to leave. I got in my car and took off. I was not caught. I was charged when I was arrested in Marathon County. I was sentenced to 3 years probation consecutive to the July 12th, 2007 fleeing sentence, which I'll mention now. On July 12th, 2007, I was in Marathon County driving on Highway 51. A police officer attempted to pull me over for expired registration. I fled and ended up being caught on a dead-end road after getting a flat tire. I was sentenced to 18 months prison and 2 years extended supervision concurrent with the August 31st, 2005 revocation sentence. I was in county jail and prison for 9 months before being accepted into the Challenge Incarceration Program in Black River Falls, Wisconsin. I completed the Challenge Incarceration Program in 6 months with no issues. I was also, we have squads at the Challenge Incarceration Program, and I was the graduation squad leader that we do a little graduation ceremony for all of our relatives. I was released on October 2008 on extended supervision for 5 years and 9 months. I was discharged from extended supervision 9 months early for good behavior. So those are my charges. Since being released from extended supervision, I worked for a roofing company for 10 years from 2009 to 2019. I opened my own roofing company with my wife in 2018, and we have been running our business since. We have 2 full-time employees that I mentored to become better by teaching them the roofing trade. I've officiated youth, high school, and college hockey since 2009 and have worked 5 NCAA Division III national tournament games. I was the president of our local referee youth association for 5 years. I mentor youth officials and help them become better. I have been with my wife Molly since 2006, and we have been married since 2011. I have not gotten into any trouble since being discharged from extended supervision in May of 2013, besides a speeding ticket. I would like to receive a pardon to help grow my business by securing contracts where background checks are required. I am unable to bid on certain jobs due to my convictions. Every year, I must submit 3 background checks for youth, high school, and college hockey. In 2020, I was denied eligibility at the college level due to my background check. This was after working the national championship game in 2019, the previous year. I would benefit from not having felony convictions on my record for future consideration. I believe I deserve a pardon because I have completely changed my life around. I was 19 and 21 years old and immature when I committed these crimes. I'm now 40 years old and have no interest in putting myself in that position again. I'm a successful business owner, husband, and person. I'm honest with myself, honest in every aspect of my life, and I have nothing to hide. I continue to better myself every day since my convictions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dillon. I will open up for other questions. Board members? Cindy?
Good afternoon, Mr. Dillon. I have to say, when I looked at your application and saw fleeing and eluding, fleeing and eluding, fleeing and eluding, stunning 3 times, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But I have to say, you had such excellent insight into the impact of your crime and how you endangered the law enforcement officers and the community.
Yes, ma'am.
That I was impressed with your insight into the impact of your crime. So my question to you is, you initially placed on probation, then you get revoked. What do you think it was that was the turning point for you? And I mean, aside from Molly, who's stuck by you in a nice letter of support, by the way, but aside from what was the turning point for you?
So I had 2 options at that point. I was already in jail, right? So if I didn't change my life, it was death or become a better person. So I chose to become a better person rather than continuing my ways. So I think my own desire to become a better person and not to be a piece of crap anymore, I think that's what really pushed me over to start becoming a better person. I wanted better for myself. I didn't want this lifestyle. I felt out of place in prison, and I didn't want that lifestyle.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Mr. Dillon. I think that covers everything then. I appreciate your time and I hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you very much. Thank you to everyone.
Thank you. Okay, next up we have Sheila Brown. Ms. Brown? Ms. Brown, I can see you in the Zoom and it looks like you're unmuted. We can't see you on video, and if you're speaking, we can't hear you.
They're very good at what they do.
That better?
And Julie Dennis has been with us almost 2 years.
Ms. Brown, are you able to hear us?
He's a lot of things. So man, look at this. He's too much though at one time. Not a rap. Right.
Okay, Ms. Brown, I think we're gonna have someone reach out to you and see if we can help you troubleshoot, because we are still unable to hear or see you. All right. I see we have had a couple of people join us in the Zoom. Donald Mankey Jr., we skipped over you before because we didn't have you in the Zoom. Are you with us now?
Yes.
Okay. I thought that might be perfect. So Mr. Mankey, we're ready to hear from you.
Okay, and well, I did not hear any of the question, or what was the question?
Okay, so we're gonna ask you to spend the first 3 minutes of your time speaking to the questions that were sent to you in advance of today's hearing. And then we'll
Okay.
open it up to other questions that the board might have for the last 2 minutes of your time. Do
Okay,
you need
so,
me to repeat the questions that you were sent in advance?
yes, please, because I actually did not receive them.
Okay, so we're gonna ask you to first give us a brief summary of your offense that you're seeking a pardon for and how your sentence went. We're not here to retry the crime. You don't need to minimize your involvement. We just want to hear from you in your own words what happened.
Okay.
Second, to give us a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence, including employment, community involvement, how your life is different now. And then third, finally, a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one.
Okay,
Go for $25 each, because they're gonna be worth so much money.
so I should just go ahead right now then?
Yes, although Mr. Mankey, I don't know if you have a radio or a TV on in the background. but
Yeah,
if you mute that, that would
let me
be
turn
helpful.
that off.
Do me a favor.
Okay, I was convicted in 1997 for a party to the crime of forgery. I was quite young when all that happened. Pretty much undiagnosed ADHD till I got to right around my mid-20s, and that's kind of where everything turned around. I got married. I did get revoked off of the probation right away at first when I got put onto it, but there were differences with the probation officer because I also had him when I was younger. I got off of probation and he kind of held a grudge about things in the past. So I don't feel that I was fairly judged. I went through the second time. I made it off of probation. I've had a family. I had a son at a young age. I was 19 years old, 20 when I had him. Kind of pretty much raised him by myself from 2 until 4 when I met and got together with my wife. We've had 3 other children. I've helped out with sports with them, extracurricular stuff. I've been involved with our church. I mean, yeah, I understand that I goofed up in the past, but I feel that I also have been able to correct myself and teach my children the correct way, which I have 3 adult children over the age of 21, and not one of them have a criminal record. One's a senior in college this year down at Concordia. So I've done what I needed to do. I'm not trying to minimize what happened in the past, but it was all over a matter of like $400 or $500. So this was not really anything that was horrendous in my eyes, I guess. Like I said, I'm not trying to minimize anything. It's been quite a few years now, almost 30 to be exact. And yeah, kind of the reason I'm looking to seek to get my pardon is I've got kids that are adults now, and they've always wanted me to go hunting with them, which, when I can't even do something simple like that, it's kind of heartening. And then not to mention the amount of discrimination that there is against trying to get even the simplest job is almost impossible. I can't pass a background check to work at a Quick Trip. I can't pass a background check to work for even DoorDash. So Unfortunately, there are a lot of places that do discriminate, and that's like the number one reason right there for me to try to get this felony in back of me, is so I can kind of try to start my life over in that aspect and get a halfway decent job while I still can. But that has been the biggest obstacle with all of this, is nobody wants to give anybody a chance. They just want to do a background check, and as soon as the felony pops up, it's completely out of the question, which that is quite unfortunate, and I feel unfair considering the circumstances around my original crime. So anything that's ever been since that has been very minimal. Yeah, so.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Monkey. Let's open it up to other questions from the board. Board members? Judge Carmers.
Yeah, I'd like to go back and talk about the crime that you committed. What was your involvement in it?
Basically, somebody that I knew that was still in high school stole a credit card out of somebody's locker. And after he was done with school, I wasn't in school at that time. He asked me for a ride to the mall so he could go get his basketball shoes and stuff, so I basically gave the kid a ride to the mall.
So maybe I read the complaint wrong, and I'm going to pull it up right now, but I thought in the criminal complaint, the original charging document, Mr. Mankey, you were part of taking those of stealing the jeans.
No, he used this credit card to buy.
No. The stealing the jeans from the locker.
No, absolutely not. Like, if you look at I was
I'm reading the criminal complaint, sir, and it says on February 17th, the police officer, 1997, police officer spoke with you. You were given your rights, and you told him that you and Adam Foster went to Marcusson High School and took a pair of blue jeans containing a wallet belonging to the victim from that victim's locker. And you told the officer that in the wallet were numerous credit cards and personal identification, and then you and Foster went to the Beaver Dam Mall and used the credit cards. So you're not truthful with the officer?
I guess actually, honestly, I do not recall that, but I can for sure say that I definitely was not part of stealing the jeans that credit card was in, because like I said, Adam Foster went to that high school. I definitely did not. I was graduate, not
a question whether you went there at the time, but did you go there with Foster to steal the jeans?
No. That was done while he was at school that day.
Okay.
I saw some other questions, other board members. Eric?
Good afternoon. I just wanted to ask, there's some additional cases, charges since this felony. And I was wondering if there was any other information that you could tell us about them. And one that I wanted to ask about was from 2013, a misdemeanor theft conviction.
Yes, actually, I ended up buying something that was a stolen piece of property that I did not know about, and I bought it online. So that's what that was. So I got a charge of buying or stealing property.
All right. And then the other one I wanted to ask about is, it looks like there might have been an arrest in 2024 for an OWI.
Yep.
Is there any other information about that you could tell us?
I've got a lawyer on that, and I'm fighting that one. So.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, that one's going through municipal. I do have a lawyer on that, and
Other board members? Mr. Monkey, I just wanted to follow up on some of your later charges as well. There's a 2010 charge, unlawful use of a telephone, disorderly conduct. It looks like a domestic violence type situation. Is there anything you can tell us about that?
That was some man that was stalking my wife, around this area up here in Wausau and was trying to pretty much solicit my wife to come meet him in a Walmart parking lot for sex. And I caught wind of that, and that's what happened. But, you know, I'm not going to allow people to talk to my wife or try to do things like that to my wife. That's what that was.
Okay, so that's a separate incident with separate parties than the 2007 harassment order. Could you tell us what happened in 2007 then?
Well, what was in 2007?
Looks like there was a harassment restraining order granted against you. It is a different county.
A person in my past who had some severe psychological issues.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, I mean, you can look her up. She's been in and out of lots of mental institutions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mackey.
Yep.
Other questions from the board? All right, I think that covers everything from us then. Appreciate your time and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I think that we have Ms. Brown back with us, maybe by phone this time. So Sheila Brown, if you can hear me, we're ready to hear from you.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can't see you,
Oh,
but
I
if,
am.
if just phone is what's going to work for you, that's absolutely fine.
I am freaking out in here. I'm in the library and I'm on the computer and I can hear you and I can see you, but you couldn't hear me at all. So I am like a wreck right now.
Do you want us to come back to you, Ms. Brown? Do you want a little more time to pull it together? That would be fine with us.
I can do it.
Okay.
I think I can get through it.
Go right ahead then.
Hi, my name is Sheila Brown. Thank you for being here for me today. First of all, I was committed a forgery utterance back in 2000 where I pleaded guilty. I accept full responsibility on what I've done by trying to cash a check that I didn't deserve and was not mine to cash. I am so sorry for what I have done to everyone in the state of Wisconsin, especially the judge, the lawyers, the district attorney, and my defender, police officer, and the bank employees. At the time when I tried to cash a check, I heard people talking about you can cash check and get money. I was feeling overwhelmed with bills. I had to take care of 2 children. I just bought a new Jeep. I kind of got over my head with my expenses at the time. So when I decided to go cash a check, to go in another state and cash a check, I got in a car with 2 strangers, headed to Wisconsin. I had worked 3rd shift. I didn't remember much because I slept all the way there, until we kind of arrived at a bank. And the great thing about that experience, I was not able to cash that check. I got nervous. I never did it before. I didn't know what to do, and I just left the bank. When I got locked up behind those bars, I realized this thing is real and it's serious. How could I have been so stupid in broad daylight? I knew this wasn't me. This was no way to live. So if I wanted to better myself, I have to begin to start thinking on purposely what is right. I began to ask God to forgive me, and would He take care of my children while I was locked up. I think I was there for about 3 months, going on 4. So I'm awfully sorry for what I did. When I got out, I completed my probation successfully. I started working on me. I had jobs that some of them was working in the community. I've got many certificates. Now I'm working in a school where I monitor school buses, and at the same time trying to get my CDL to be a bus driver. I also want to become a motivational speaker in schools, to become a peer support recovery specialist concerning children. I have a heart for people. I help anyone that has come across my path. My path has kept me humble. I have become a minister of the gospel since then. I have changed my life. And it would be a privilege to have my rights restored.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. We'll open it up to questions from the board. Board members, Cindy.
Yeah, good afternoon, Ms. Brown. Can you just, maybe I missed it, but are you currently full-time employed?
No, I took a break because I
Okay.
had some issues going. One of my sons got hit by a car, and I
Okay.
knew I couldn't be at two places at one time.
So
Yeah,
you're
but I
unemployed right now?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and how long have you been unemployed?
Since October.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Officer Lewis?
How old were your kids at the time of this, the felony crime? I'm sorry if I missed it.
I think about, they were very young, 3 and maybe 5. Very
And
young.
3 and 5, so young, and you were in your late 30s, is that correct?
I probably I am so nervous right about now.
Okay.
I can't remember how old I was, but I know that I take full responsibility of what I tried to do.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Reverend Hancock?
Yeah. Ms. Brown, I know this was a long time ago, almost 25 years ago, and you have a very strong application. A lot of people support your getting a pardon and have written good letters on your behalf, including the DA in Milwaukee County, who supports your getting a pardon. But I have a couple of questions I'd like to ask you about the crime. You were living in Chicago at that time, right?
Yes, sir.
And you and 2 other women came to Milwaukee to cash these checks. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And on your way to Milwaukee, you stopped and got a Wisconsin ID card. Is that right?
I don't remember that because what I done, those checks I was silly enough where I didn't know, I put it in my name. The checks were in my real name.
So do you remember getting a Wisconsin ID card so you could cash a check in Wisconsin?
No, because as I said, I went through a lot too, sir. I done buried 2 sons since then. One of my sons was murdered, playing basketball. By the checks being in my name, I don't remember. I know I slept. It's been a long, you know what? I can't say it didn't happen. I just don't remember. This is something that I'm not proud of. I'm ashamed of. And I really wish I could forget the whole thing, but I can't.
Okay, just a
So-
couple more questions. When you were arrested, the police found a whole bunch of checks made out to you and the two other women, totaling between $70,000 and $80,000. So there was more than just one check.
In all honesty, sir, I didn't know that all those checks was gonna be there. I thought I was going to cash a check. I didn't know it was gonna be many checks.
Yeah,
I didn't know that. I never done this before.
And all the
And
checks.
don't know anybody that. Go ahead.
And the checks were found in an envelope, and the two other women said that you were the one who had the $70,000 or $80,000 worth of checks in the envelope.
When I didn't know those girls. That was my first time when I got in the car, was my first time meeting them. I didn't know them. And I remember when the district attorney, when we first went to court while we was in jail, he told the judge that I was the ringleader. Then when it was time for me to get sentenced, he told the judge, I'd take a 365 turn against Miss Nunnery, because I wasn't married then. He said, I thought she was the ringleader. It turns out that she wasn't. I received 3-year probation for the part I played. They both went to prison.
All right. Thank you very much.
I've never done it.
Thank
Other
you.
questions? Other questions from the board? Ms. Brown, just one from me. It looks like you disclosed this in your application, but it looks like you had an OWI in Minnesota in 2008. Can you tell us, was anyone hurt there? It looks like it was originally marked as a hit and run.
That I received a pardon for that.
You received a pardon for that Minnesota conviction?
Yes.
Okay. And was anyone hurt when that occurred?
I don't believe so. No, I received a pardon.
Okay. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Manifa Lee. Miss Lee.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Monifia Lee, and in 1997, I rented a vehicle that was not returned at the scheduled rental date, but eventually was returned. I took accountability when I pled guilty and was sentenced to 3 years probation, which I did complete. My restitution to the car rental company, I did pay while during my probation. The clerk of courts gave me until 2036 to pay a fee that I owe them in full. I met with an attorney to file bankruptcy to pay this debt and all any other debt that I might have this week that will be filed. This will be filed by the end of the month to satisfy the debt in full. Since my conviction, I have been denied jobs with my county, city, trucking, and bus companies. I went to school for real estate. I have worked with family and children for over 30 years, whether it's the assistant director of Little League Baseball, president of the Young People's Department. I engage in companionship visits with elderly and disabled people in nursing home facilities. Bless you. Student transportation in Wisconsin and Illinois, feeding families, renting to families with a past, jury duty, volunteering at Milwaukee Public Schools and West Milwaukee School Districts, putting up posters for rides to and from the polls before and on Election Day, turkey giveaways, hygiene giveaways, and being a sponsor for sports equipment and uniform for children's sports. Most of my family, friends, and associates are law enforcement, school administrators, business owners, managers, and health professionals. They had no idea I am a felon. Honestly, I am disappointed in myself for my actions leading to my conviction. I am truly sorry for what I did. Since I have sent in my pardon application, I have talked with my children, my grandchildren, family, and friends. They have found out I am a felon now. They all were surprised. Many of them are willing to support me by sending in letters of recommendation. And I understand at this point, we're at the end. If I was granted a pardon, I would truly be grateful and blessed to receive one. I would become a foster parent because I have the space, love, and support that the children need. I will go back to school to open up opportunities for a new career. Thank you for taking the time to hear my story. I am more than willing to answer any questions that you all may have.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Questions from the board? Cindy.
Good afternoon, Ms. Lee. Are you currently employed?
I got disabled, hurt at a bus company I was working for, lifting disabled children back in 2016. So I've been disabled since then and just own rental property.
Own rental property.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Judge Carpers.
Good afternoon. Can you tell me about these? You have a number of unsatisfied delinquent tax warrants from Milwaukee County, totaling about $45,000.
So back taxes, as I said, those years go back, I think 2014, 15. I got hurt at work. So the income, I was off work for maybe about 5-6 years. So that's why I said that I met with a bankruptcy attorney, and I'm going to wrap all of that into a Chapter 13 to pay all that debt off.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from the board? Officer Lewis, is that a hand? Okay. If you can get unmuted.
Sorry, I'm having to do the Zoom from my phone. My laptop camera wasn't working, so I apologize. Ms. Lee, did you submit any letters of support?
Unfortunately, I didn't. That's why I wrote in my letter that, I was disappointed in myself. Most people don't know that I'm a felon. I don't live, not to say, felons live a certain lifestyle, but I made a peaceful lifestyle for my family and I. So I know they didn't know until recently when I talked to everyone and told them.
When did you have those conversations with your family and friends?
I started having them maybe the end of October, November of last year.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And when did you submit your application?
It's been, I think, 19 months now.
Okay. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now that you've had those conversations with folks, would you be, if given the opportunity to do this again, right now that you've had that conversation with them, do you think people would be willing to write you letters of support?
I even had family members that told me today, and friends, that they would still send letters in. Even if you gave me to Monday, they would send letters in. Mm-hmm. And that I should have told them ahead of time. Yeah, I know.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
Ms. Lee, you have a very strong application. A lot of people support your getting a pardon, including the judge and DA in Milwaukee County who support your getting a pardon. I just wonder why the story you told about the rental car in your application is so different than what you told the rental car company 30 years ago?
What do you mean when I made payment arrangements? Is
Well,
that
okay, let's do
'cause
it this way, okay? In
Mhm.
your application,
Mhm.
you said that you'd won a bunch of money playing bingo, and you gave your husband money to go essentially buy the car because you thought there was a rent to own provision, and you thought your husband had paid for the car. That's what you said in your application. Do you remember that? Okay. What you told the rental car 30 years ago, the rental car company, was that you were sorry that you'd been in the hospital and just returned home, that she would have grandmother bring the vehicle back by September 7th, and that she would pay the company for the past day's rental costs. And the rental car company says the vehicle was not returned on September 7th, and at that time still had not been returned, and they'd been unable to contact you.
That's true. That was true.
Which is true.
Well, both were true. That happened in September, but as far as the winnings and the car was supposed to have been paid for, that didn't happen until after October 25th of 1997.
Okay.
Other questions from the board? All right, thanks, Ms. Lee. I think that covers it then. I appreciate your time and I hope you enjoy your weekend. Our next applicant is Ashley Lovely. Miss Lovely?
Is everything working?
We can hear you and see you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm going to apologize in advance. I'm very nervous.
That's okay. Take your time.
So in February of 2013, when I was in active addiction to methamphetamines, I had an officer try to stop me in a vehicle I was driving with no plates on it because I had just purchased it in a private sale. I made the very dangerous and stupid decision to, instead of stopping, I proceeded to exceed my speeds and flee the officer. He did end pursuit for safety reasons, but followed in the direction and found me because I had lost control of the vehicle. I was arrested. I was not convicted until May of 2014, at which time I got sentenced to 60 days in county jail, 2 years of probation with another 60 days stayed and imposed. I sat my jail time from July, I think, until September of 2014. When I was in jail, I took it upon myself because of the guilt I felt to write an apology letter to the officer involved in the pursuit, because I, even at that time, did acknowledge that I put a lot of people in danger, not just myself. I did my 2 years of probation, and looking at the application today, I realized I did not disclose a THC citation I got in 2018. But other than that, I disclosed in Barron County, I was charged with a felony just shortly after the incident in Price County for driving after revocation. I was taking my ex-husband to the hospital. He was very sick. Got pulled over because the tags were expired, and I stopped. That deputy cracked jokes while he took me to jail and said he appreciated me stopping because he had seen my record. And I broke down and told him that I would never do something like that again. I didn't get clean. I would love to be able to say I got clean immediately after I got out of jail. I was in a 10-year relationship with a drug addict, and it took several years for me to realize I wanted more, wanted to be what I could be. When I wrote the letter, when I was in jail, the sheriff actually pulled me out of the cell and said, we don't receive letters written like this in county jail. He said, you use punctuation and you spelled everything right. And he's like, I don't understand why you're here. And that was kind of a real wake-up call about what my life could have been.
Thanks, Miss Lovely.
So
Cindy.
Since getting off probation, I have custody of both my children. I volunteer. I've volunteered for the VFW in the past. I bartending and waitressing at our VFW in town. And I donate my time every summer and in the spring build beds for kids and work with the Jana Kelly Memorial Foundation, volunteering my time to help them raise money. They raise money for the foundation and then donate it throughout our communities to things like beds for kids and the animal shelter.
Thank you, Miss Lovely. We'll open up to questions from the board. Cindy?
Yeah, thanks. Good afternoon, Miss Lovely. Thanks for being here. This it's not an easy forum for people to talk about their past. So appreciate you being here. You talk about, you report sobriety since 2018. When I looked at your application, the section where it talks about aorta treatment, it seemed like you had treatment in the community. Did you ever, is that how you got sober, or what was your path to this?
Well, probation had me doing AODA counseling, so I did complete that. And then after that, I went and saw a behavioral health doctor and actually got on medication because I'm diagnosed ADD. And I proceed to still see a therapist today.
Okay. And are you involved in AA or NA or any other?
I am not. I find that in my very small community up here, everybody there pretty much is forced to be there. And that's not the kind of people that are really going to help me because most of them are a revolving door.
Okay.
You friend of my friends and family completely changed who my friends, well, I thought my friends were before, but mostly I have a very good support system with my family.
Good for you. Congratulations on that. So you still live in the community where this crime was committed?
It was actually committed in the neighboring county. I live in Rusk County.
Oh, it was Price.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And I don't want you to name the person you were with that night, but do you still have contact with that person?
It wasn't my boyfriend at the time that I was with, but no, I'm not with the gentleman that I was dating. We haven't been together for 10 years almost.
You've moved on.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay. Thank you, Miss Lovely. That covers everything from us then. Appreciate your time, and I hope that you enjoy your afternoon.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Okay, next up we have Kelly Gunter. Ms. Gunter?
Hello. Hello. Oh, shoot. I'm sorry, one moment.
Okay.
Thank you, first of all, for taking the time to even get this cabinet established. I know that when Scott Walker was a governor, he didn't have this opportunity that we have now. The charges that I'm seeking pardon for are as follows. It's 2 counts of forgery, 6 counts of uttering, and 2 counts of burglary. All of these charges are related. A brief summary of my offenses. At the age of 17, I was a troubled kid looking for attention, and I ended up meeting a man 9 years older than me. My mother lived down the street from the place that I ended up burglarizing. I noticed that an elderly person that lived at that residence beforehand, and then I let the man I was with know about this. And we ended up burglarizing 2 homes on the night of July 3rd in 2000. I took the vehicle from the garage, and over the course of the next few days, I ended up using the checks that I got from the home And I'm sorry, I'm nervous. And we ended up going to Minnesota in the stolen vehicle that I also had stolen from the home. And when we were in Minnesota, ended up, this is all together with what's going on with my charges. In Minnesota, because I was 17, I got into trouble continuing with more crimes. And because I was 17, I was booked as a juvenile. And that I can't remember what charges there were back in Minnesota, but I had the choice of either going to prison or being a charged adult or going to an adolescent treatment facility.
That's not me, ma'am. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Okay.
Please continue, Ms. Gunter.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I ended up going to the adolescent treatment center if I testified against the man I was with. So I chose the treatment center. I was in Hennepin County Juvenile Detention Center for 7 months before transferring to the treatment center for 13 months. When I finished my sentence, I was released to go back to Wisconsin, and I had to turn myself in for the warrants that were over my head for these felonies from Waukesha County and Washington County. I wrote a letter of apology to the victim, Celestia Schwartz. I permanently scarred this lady from feeling safe in her own home, and due to my selfish ways. I did complete 5 years probation. I paid the restitution owed to the bank and the insurance company, and I paid all the supervision fees and the court costs. And I went to AA for a while, and I can't remember for how long, but then I found a Reformers Unanimous program. This is a faith-based addiction program that was held at a local church. My family and I attended this program from 2007 to 2011. That's where I met some of my closest friends. Since then, since getting into trouble, I had 2 children. I homeschooled them through their elementary years. I was a stay-at-home mother, casual side jobs, babysitting and whatnot. I was married to the father of my 2 children for 13 years before we parted ways in 2018. And then we divorced in 2023. In 2024, I obtained my Associates of Arts degree from MATC. I was enrolled in the organizational leadership program at UW Green Bay last semester, but I dropped out this semester just due to being discouraged on what I wanted my future to look like. I just don't want to waste financial aid and whatnot, seeing that I'm older in age now. These past couple of years, I'd applied to different places to work part-time, something I would enjoy doing because my feet rested in caring for my aunt, who I care for 24 hours a day. I've done this for almost 3 years now. So I'm living with her. And so I wanted to do some part-time work outside the home. So I've been applying to like AARC, working with children with cognitive delays, the school district near me. I've gone to interviews. I was transparent. I was hired, but due to not passing a level 2 background in Florida, that's where I'm residing now, I was unable to work in this capacity. I enjoy working with children. I did work as an office manager, finance manager at Milwaukee Academy for a few years. This was private owned, so I had the chance to prove myself trustworthy. Aside from having the conviction on my record, I absolutely loved working with the girls. We started a community garden. The girls were right there with me, having meaningful conversations and positive interactions. I volunteer watching children at a church once in a while. They ran a background check on me as well, and it was very humbling to say the least, with my background being looked at. I really enjoyed having, the years I had at home, and I find myself going back though to helping seniors. The very people that I chose to hurt when I was younger. So I was a CNA shortly after I was released from the Waukesha County Jail in 2002, and I worked as a dietary in dietary nursing home. I always had caregiver. I was always caring for somebody elderly. I'm currently taking care of my aunt. Like I said, she is 84 with dementia. I'm working. I work part-time at assisted living as a receptionist / bus driver / activity aide. I always thought I'd make a great nurse working alongside them for a couple years, but I thought quickly I just kind of cast that down because I was thinking the level 2 background check wouldn't allow me to, but I didn't try yet. So I honestly don't think I deserve a pardon, for the reason being is because I made these choices and I have to live with my choices, as I have been doing for the past 23 years. The choice to choose a vulnerable population, the elderly, as my victim is a heartless act. So it shows the nature of the person deep inside. And, you've heard this saying, little sins lead to big sins. Well, I could blame my past and my influences, but to some extent they play a part. But ultimately, I needed to be caught. Otherwise, it would further damage someone else.
Thank you, Ms.
So,
Gunter.
yes.
If it's all right, I just want to open up to the board for questions.
No problem. Okay.
Great, thank you. Board members, questions for Ms. Gunter? I have just one for you. I see there's some small claims court judgments from Milwaukee County in like 2021, 2023. Could you tell us a little bit about those?
The small claims, are you referring to like taxes, home taxes?
It doesn't say that it's specifically related to taxes. It looks like a more likely be another individual brought a claim against you for a money judgment. Does that sound familiar?
What I'm looking at is, you said 2012?
2021 and 2023. It looks like there's also one from 2020.
That is for City of Milwaukee versus, I can only think of
It's not the, sorry, it's not the City of
taxes.
Milwaukee
Okay.
versus you. It just happened in Milwaukee.
Okay. Boy, I don't know. Is that, you're talking about me? Because what's on my record that I'm looking at here is the taxes aren't being paid. So because I'm on the deed, we're being sued for that, but I haven't lived in, my husband and I, my ex-husband and I had an agreement that he just lives in the house and he has to pay the taxes. So he's solely actually, and since we got divorced in 2023, that is on paper.
I see.
So
That's
that might be it. I don't know.
Thank you, Ms. Gunter.
Mhm.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, I think that covers it then, Ms. Gunter. Appreciate your time and hope you have a great weekend.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you. Okay, our last applicant of the afternoon session is Crystal James. Ms. James, we're ready to hear from you. Oh, looks like you're still on mute though.
Ready?
We're ready.
Okay, thank you. So, I am asking for grounds for a pardon, because I was convicted of party to a crime of forgery. This happened when I was 24 years old. At that time, I didn't fully grasp the impact of how the felony could impact my life. And I took a credit card from an elderly person at a job I was working at the time and gave it to a friend to use. And this friend got caught and she told the police I was the one that gave it to her. I was honest with them when questioned, and I knew better. I was young and I feel I did not have respect for the people around me, and I was hanging around the wrong people. I went to jail for this crime and paid money in restitution. After this, I did probation for 2.5 years. Since this, I feel I have paid my debt to society. I have left this relationship since this and have grown and healed from my experiences. I was not informed about the criminal justice system, did not fully understand, how a felony could impact my life. So I have made a point to teach my children and grandchildren, have taught my children to obey the law and to be a positive role model and support for them. And so later in my life, I decided to get a master's degree. So I have got a master's degree in mental health with concentration in behavioral science. In order to work in this field, I studied for and to give back to my community. I will need a pardon. Having a felony has hindered my work from my full productivity. Since my last encounter with the law, I have completed many goals of mine, including starting my own small business. I have done extensive work on my own mental health. I would love to help others who are in similar situations as me. In order to receive funding for my business, I am not able to have a felony on my record. And that is like SAMS, well, not SAMS.gov, but a lot of other things. And in my field, those with past offenses in their background are treated differently. And this felony has hindered my progress in my career. If I was to receive this pardon, I would be, and this felony I would be able to give back to my community and help others through my business, Crystal Clear Self-Love, where I share with others how I overcame my trauma with a healthy and balancing diet and mental health treatment. I want to be a role model for others with similar backgrounds of mine. Okay, this crime happened in 1998. I was convicted in 1999. It happened 28 years. And since then, I have found a better group of friends. I have a strong morals and values. I have similar views of life that I have. Since my conviction, I have embraced self-care and self-love. I have taken steps to heal myself, including yoga and mental health treatment. I feel I have a better understanding of respect for others, respect for myself and life, and respect for humanity, which my education assists me with. I have a new lease on life, and I am focused on trying to make my community a better place. I have been in the CCS program for 6 years now and have learned a lot about coping skills for mental health. I am clean from drugs. I have a master's degree now. I love teaching what I have learned in my recovery to others to help them heal in the same way as me. One way I do this is through essential oils, teas, and herbs, as well as through my emotional support dogs, which I share with those around me. Also to include, I have started a garden with different herbs and, things that help me, heal since I had, which I found out the herbs are a big component to me healing in my mental health. So I've embraced that and have gotten business loans to support my business so that I can continue to give back to my community. I also breed Frenchies, French Bulldogs, which are the smartest dogs I ever known. So I found therapy and emotional support dogs to help me heal through my trauma. And then not only that, being coming from a traumatized family, my mother being a narcissist and, putting her trauma on me. So I decided that was one way that I can really, conquer the obstacles in my life that, really, kind of contributed to me being, selfish to people that needed help. So I sincerely am apologetic, and I really need this pardon. I'm only 52 years old and I still want to work, and I can work. It's just that the felony has caused so much emotional, dragage and drainage in my life, and then systematically and stigmatized, so I just ask for this pardon.
Thank you, Ms. James. We'll open up to questions. While I'm doing that, I should have noted at the beginning, one of our board members is recused from your hearing, so he's gone off video and won't participate in the questioning. But
Okay.
everyone else ready to open it up for any questions you
Okay.
have for Ms. James. Judge Kremers.
Good afternoon, Ms. James. I've got a
Hi.
couple of questions. First of all, it looks like you were convicted in 1996 of
Mhm.
felony public assistance fraud.
Yep.
So you
Yep.
didn't list that on your application. Why not?
I don't know. I thought it was supposed to be off.
No, it's still on there. In fact, it leads to another question that says, according to the records, you still owe $2,000 in restitution for that.
No, that was paid back. That was
You
paid
paid all
back.
that
That was
back?
for not reporting that I was working part-time at a nursing home when I was
Okay.
like 18 or 19 years old.
Okay, but that felony conviction is still on your record.
That's not a felony. Not the food stamp stuff. That's not a felony. That was dropped to a misdemeanor. That is not a felony. I only have one felony.
Okay.
It's the party to the crime, the Class C forgery. That's the
I can
only
only
felony I
go
have.
by the records that
Well,
in front of me. I'll have to look at that.
I've read it and opened it up. You know how you can do CCAP and did my program. The people that I was with to help me finish the pardon, they are the ones that we can see everything. It's not a
Okay.
felon. I don't have two felons. Sorry.
All right. And then in 2017, the criminal trespass, what was that?
That was my neighbor. I kind of took advantage of him with drinking, and we was drinking and stuff, and he claimed I entered his apartment without his consent.
And did you?
I was on probation. I got off. Actually, I got off early because I was good.
So you got convicted of that criminal
Yeah,
trespass?
misdemeanor. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Officer Lewis?
To kind of piggyback on that criminal trespass to dwelling, looks like there was a theft component of that as well.
Uh-huh.
So what did that entail?
Like I said, the liquor out of his apartment and stuff like that.
Okay. And then in 2003, if I'm reading this correctly, 2003 charges: robbery, use of force, felony theft, movable property.
I never heard of that. 2003. Say that again.
2003 charges of robbery with use of force, felony theft, movable property.
No, that ain't me. Crystal S. James, 12/17/1973. When I caught my felony in 89, I was living in West Dallas on Oklahoma Street.
Okay. And then 2017, some sort of hit and run crash, maybe.
My brother-in-law had my car, and he was driving it, and he hit something. But I got all that squared up. My license that got suspended and everything. So I went through a special program through my CCS Spring Grove program, and they reinstated my license and everything because he had left the scene in my car.
So were you charged with the hit and run owner liability then?
No. It was a park. He hit a parked car.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Ms. James. I think that covers it all from us then. Appreciate your time this afternoon and hope you enjoy your weekend.
All right. How soon should I hear something?
You'll hear about the outcome of today's hearing in about 1 to 2 months from today. So we thank you for your patience.
Okay, thank you, and sorry for being late. I'm in Atlanta time zone.
That's all right. All
Okay.
right, Ms. James is our last applicant of the afternoon session. So at this point, I will entertain a motion to go into closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statute 19.85 sub 1 A, D, and F for purposes of deliberations concerning specific cases before the board, concerning specific applications, and considering financial, medical, social, and personal histories of specific persons. Do I have a motion? Judge Kremers, do I have a second? Officer Lewis, all in favor? Aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries, and board members will ask you for a moment to move us into closed session.